Hey, my voice. Hey. My voice is gone. No, it's not gone. I don't know why my voice has been, my throat has been weird lately. Hey. Hi Dom. Hi Brian. Hi Narix. Hi Magpie. Hope you're doing good. You require yips? Yeah, I think I should do the yips like very soon. Very soon. And by how soon, I guess tomorrow. I'll see it on Discord, and then I'll make like a specific channel for it, and then you guys can just compile. Well, you guys can just send the yips to that particular channel. Yeah. Something like that. Hi Digital Whale. Also, did the ouch not work? Oh, did it throw so many hamburg? Oh, that's a hamburg. I thought hamburg is 1 out of 5 chance of throwing a hamburg. Yeah. Or is it 1 out of 5 chance? You know what? Actually, let me go and check. It should be. It's in data. Throw item. Yeah, so there's Bonk Bat, there's Burger, E, Nut, and Truckun. So yeah, it is truly 1 out of 5 chance you guys would throw a burger. I guess telling my family that I start at 12 is not really a good idea, but too late. I don't want to make my stream start too late as well. I mean, 12 is already like super late in terms of like when I start at 11 back then. So yeah, they just want me to do more stuff these days. Like too many. I don't wanna. I'm lazy. So that's why these days I've been very late. I'm sorry. Oh. Like today is especially late because the errand that I need to go is like very far. And not only it's far, it's like the most congested traffic ever. What do you call that? New Changchun over there. Padang Kerbau. Right, that place is insanely bad in terms of traffic. And the roads are terrible as well. It's more like a kind of a rural area, I think. Even more rural than the area that I live in. And the roads are like, some of it is still in dirt road. It's not even like pavement road still. And then there's hardly any indication on like, you basically need to know where you're going when you're going to Padang Kerbau. It's something like that. It's very weird, but yeah, someone ordered something, or ordered some sort of a spare part over at our shop, and I need to like deliver it to there. So it's like, yeah, that's why today I'm super late. Truth is, I got lost a little bit as well, because Padang Kerbau, not everyone will go there. In most cases, right? I mean, at least I don't usually go there myself. That's why I got lost. Good thing I have Waze. or Google Map, actually. I use Waze a lot, but sometimes Google Map works in a more rural area, more unknown area. Like Google Map just like, oh, I know where you are. Alright, cool, let's go home. Some shit like that. It's cool. So today, I finally get a chance to play more Pokemon, but also another good thing I want to say is that since last week I did not stream at Monday, today I want to tell you guys that I now have a fixed badminton schedule on Monday as well. Starts at same time, same location, at 8 PM at Tong Sport. It's like, oh my god. So at least now I feel a little bit more healthier than usual. I feel, hopefully. Also, I heckin' love badminton, so it's not like I go there and just watch my phone. Every time I go to a badminton session, I hardly look at my phone because, gosh, I want to hit the balls. Do I want to hit the balls? Yes. Do I want to run around and hit the balls? Yes. Right. It's fun. Badminton is great. So yeah, I'll probably stop at about, let's see, now it's like almost 1 PM. I feel bad. I feel like shit. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll probably have to stop at around 5:30 to 6 at most. So yeah, I'm still kind of new to this kind of, well, not new to this kind of schedule, since it's almost the same as Thursday. So like Thursday and Monday I'll have badminton session. And Thursday is with my gang, and then Monday is with my sister's gang. It's like, oh sure, yeah, why not? It's fun. Last week I went there, and they were all, well, not all. Some of the other person is around my skill level, which is like good. And then you have Thursday, my gang, everyone is a god there, so it's painful, but it's fun because they are my friends. they're like my middle school friends, and they always like bring me around. They teach me how to play badminton as well and stuff like that. It's fun. It's great. It is also because of them I kind of love badminton a lot more, and they do kind of make me want to learn more about badminton as well. So all good. They're great. They're amazing. Okay. Let me just double check. I think everything is open. Yeah, everything seems open. Okay, I'm still not used to this. Give me a moment. Switch is here. My controller is here. I am very not used to this. Okay. Is connected to, and I think I should just go here. Oh shit, 2. Okay, I've shrinked myself. I think I need to put myself a little bit here more for Pokemon, because I don't want to block the movesets too much. Also, I'll look a little bit more to the right. Make sense? Yeah. Ooh. Rainbowed. Rainbowed. Hi, Ion Agenda. Look at that. Look at that. It's Suichu. It's Pokemon Scarlet. Oh my god, I want to play. Oh, also, I have Taiko no Tatsujin. I've been thinking of investing in a drum controller because I want to play with a drum controller. I mean, there's this motion control with Taiko no Tatsujin. Hi? I'm not ready. Virtually Heroes, hi! I remember this name. Oh my god. Hi now, Protogen, hi again. VH Raid. How you doing? Welcome in. Goodness, so early. What were you doing? Ultra Sun. Oh yeah, you were playing Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon back then as well. How was it? Hopefully it was good. Also, let me just do this real quick. Also, my name is Tira. I'm a Kobo. Hi? I'm not. Nope. Okay, Narix, okay. It was good. They finally got it to run without crashing. Oh shit. Technical issues, huh? Yeah, but must be rough. Been there. But I'm glad you got it to work. Very nice, very nice. Hopefully you had fun with Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon as well. It's a Pokemon that I never played. Pokemon wise, I played until Black and White 2, and then stopped because I don't own a handheld console until like about 2 months ago. Then I got Switch, then immediately I have to buy Pokemon Scarlet too. It's Pokemon Scarlet, how can I not play it? And then there's Koraidon Sandwich. Very, very nice. So yeah. Oh yeah, also, did I introduce myself? I hope I did. Sorry. My name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I love dragons a lot. And I play a bunch of games. I do art occasionally. Yeah, I guess it's about it. Never played it either, but we're working on completing our living deck, so now we have to play it. Oh, so we are trying to complete all the Pokemon games Pokédex? That's a big goal. Best of luck. I don't know, the Pokemon games that I played, I never really get to finish the whole Pokédex. Yeah. Now I kind of feel bad. But must be tough doing that. Okay, let me open up Pokemon Scarlet. all 1400 Pokemon and variants, I will actually cry. That's a lot though. That's a lot though. It's so much. It's okay. I believe you got this. TYLRA. I should probably update my about me section. Sorry. Need to introduce all my 4 characters here. But I still haven't done with my Eastern Dragon. It's like, eh. Oh no, the game is running like crap. The latency, it's something else, man. Not only the latency, but also the game is running like a piece. Welcome to Pokemon Scarlet, where the game runs in 2 FPS. But then again, it looks okay. It looks okay in my other monitor, but it looks like shit in OBS. Yeah, Tira. Thank you, Brian. I never thought about this. Why is it running like a piece here? Okay, you know what? Let me try to move to somewhere that's not a snow mountain. Somewhere that's a little bit... not so... Hey, there's a Dragon Terra raid. I'm going in. You guys can hear the game voice, right? I'll be a little bit soft, I believe. Oh, why is the game running like shit? Huh. Is it because of the capture card? I don't know. I have no idea. I think my capture card is being janky. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, I'm awake, I'm awake. No, the game is actually running like dog shit. Maybe some settings need to change. Alright, give me a second. I think in OBS something could change. Wait, sorry about that. Let me see if I can change something here. Crunchy. Oh, it looks better. Right? No more... Yeah, it looks quote-unquote smooth. I put in the most biggest of quote-unquotes. So I just enable buffering. When disabled, ensure lowest latency playback by the cost of frame playback accuracy. Ideal for fixed cameras or when you want to use the program's preview window to play a console. Huh. Let me try disabling it and see how it goes. Give me a moment. This one is also good, right? So it's just auto detect is a piece of shit then. the buffering auto detect is terrible. I'll try to work on I'll try to do with disable buffering at this point. See how it goes in the long run. Also, I should say thanks again for the raid virtually heroes. It's quite early and I still haven't like I'm still kind of blur, believe it or not, which is very weird. Oh, sneak. This is the cutest sneak. Look at this. Yeah. Oh my god, what? Oh, you found more dumb worm. The worm, the best worm. Are you trying to fight me? I'm 10,000 yards away, dude. Please get out. I can't believe Diglett knows Sucker Punch. Diglett knows Sucker Punch. It's okay, I have Shell Bell. Look at that. Beautiful. Alright, where's the worm? Come back, come back. No, 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 no. Come back, come back, come back. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I can't. This is my favorite worm. Oh, oh, huh? Gosh, I love that. I love that worm. Gosh, every time I look at it, just have to take a picture. Hariyama, sneak, sneak, sneak. Ooh. I love this game. There's so many, so many Pokemon personalities shining through. Did I just saw a worm? I did, right? Wait, it's gone. Huh? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's just hiding. Oh, best bird. Hear this. Sound. Best cry in the game. Oh, Hariyama, what are you doing? Right, let's fight this Terra raid. It's a Dragon Terra raid. So rare. Are you... What? What do you call this Pokemon? I know the evolution is Greedent. How is this guy Dragon? How is this little squirrel Dragon type? You know what? I should not be questioning this game. All right, it's Pokemon. I should know better than to question them, right? Gosh. Oh my god. I cannot believe it. Why are you dragon though? Why are you dragon type though? What's your name, Squavet? Get out. Oh my god, look at this. The squirrel. You know what? I'm gonna catch it for funsies. Just to look at this animation, it's really cool. Oh yeah, I did check a few days ago I streamed this one, right? I played on my Switch on OBS. Hopefully the audio and video syncs. I mean, on my end, they do sync. So hopefully they do sync for y'all as well. If it doesn't, and if it feels painful to watch, maybe I could adjust it. I could try to like delay the audio or make the audio a little bit faster. Something like that. Look at this, guys. It's a cheeky Pokemon. It's a normal type, but it's a Dragon Terra type. I cannot believe it. We got cars. I got more Stardust. Okay. So what do we do today? Today, I kind of want to just do more gyms. Because if I look around the map, I'm almost finished. Just a few more. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Did I not finish this? Oh, I did. Okay, okay. And this one. Why did I not do this? I probably should finish the Path of Legends first, right? Path of Legends 4 out of 5. I think the last one is this one. Right? Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? This one? Yeah, and then Oh, it's a dragon. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Dragon number 1. Yeah, there's one here as well. Star badge fighting. I'm nearby, right? I'm very nearby. Oh god. Nah, I'm just gonna finish up the Path of Legends first. And one thing about this is that Path of Legends upgrades Koraidon. I think I kinda want to just do that real fast. Alright, let's fly in there. That's a very close spot. I just need to find the Titan. I assume the Titan is... They say False Dragon, but it should be still Dragon type. Right? I should probably heal my Pokemon. But there's no there's no Poke Center. It's okay. I bought a bunch of Super Potions. Oh yeah, also I'm trying to find Drippy. Yeah, I'm trying to find Drippy. Once I found Drippy, I'm probably gonna change out this Guldur, even though Guldur is like soft. Yeah, even though Guldur is very soft, but I feel like I might want to change out. If I see Drippy, that is. Oh, look at that. So many slimes. Also, I can't believe this thing is a dragon type. Whoa. Yeah, I guess I have to swim here, huh? This place looks scary. Oh, this looks good. Oh, I didn't know they swim. I didn't know this guy swims. Oh my god. Wait, I need to be big. Oh! Thanks, Narix. I'm gone. You only got the tail. Can I become big? There it is. I'm here now. Hi. 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 Hey, you see my snoot? Oh, dude, snoot! Snoot! That's a beautiful snoot. That's a beautiful half snoot. Beautiful half snoot. Hehe. Also, I saw just now there's some Pokemon trying to destroy me. I like it, Picasso. It's fangirl level of Earth. Sususu? Wait, you talk? Sususu? 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 Oh my god, you're so cute. Oh my god. Sususu, I love you. Do you Sususu? Sisu? Sisu? Oh, you like Sisu? Me too, man, me too. Oh my god, look at you guys. I like Sisu as well, don't worry. Sushi? I love sushi. Sushi is great. But don't worry, I'm not gonna eat you though. Oh my god. I love them. Taishi? Taishi? Are they all like lost? Sushi? Oh, I didn't mean to fight you. Tatsugiri. Can I run? Oh god. Please don't use a dragon move. Oh. What do you mean I can't escape? Oh, don't you dare. I have... You seem to hear the director's voice echoing in your head. Droxen, this hardly seems the time or place. What do you... Can I... huh? Can I not run away? Who are you? What are you? I don't want to kill you. I have an idea. Hexorus, come here, Hexorus. Knife, knife, I need you. I will never kill these guys. You got this, knife dog. Oh! You have no SP defense, I forgot. Yeah, it's a dragon type. How? A crit? Please don't. I have no SP defense. I have no SP defense. Knife Dirk has no SP defense. Please don't kill. Oh. 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 I mean, that helps, I guess. What the? Nope, I did not kill it. You guys can vouch for me. I didn't kill it. I was using false swipe. That bitch uses what? Memento? Kill themselves. In game. Don't ban me, Twitch. Jesus. What the fuck? I'm not talking to you anymore. Gosh. Oh wait, it's here. Oh, do I have to deal with these guys? I probably do. And then once I deal with them, then the Titan comes out. That's why I cannot run away. They are not technically wild Pokemon. They are intended Pokemon. Does it make sense? Hopefully. Or are you the Titan? You look like a normal trainer. Alright, let's fight. You should put in some effort coming all the way out here on your own little legs. No, I have Koraidon's help. Oh no. Why is it steel type? I cannot do with steel. Oh god! I'm terrible with steel type. Hey, Limzard, come in. I need help. I know you're a poison type, alright, but you have fire. Oh fuck. It's okay, Limzard's strong. Get him, Limzard. Look at that. The set is so strong. Those little legs hold out some real great skills. Alright, all good, all good. Hashish. Huh. I don't really want to kill them. Tai. Shi. Oh, I haven't got this one yet. Oh god. Shi, huh? God, I love them. I need to take every picture of them. Also, sorry for the construction noises. Construction is still going on. It seems that there's a lot of renovation going on around my house. We are making a gate. We are renovating the gate. And at the same time, our neighbor is also renovating something. So yeah, there's a lot of construction noises going on. I'm sorry. Sweetan. Guys, why are they so cute? Oh, they are just fish. Oh, they are just fish, though. Hi, Vincent. How are you doing, Vincent? Guess I have to kill them. Well, not kill them. I just hope they don't do memento. I'm gonna catch all of them. Sushi! Please do not do Memento, alright? That's all I ask. Okay, Taunt is fine, Taunt is fine. How's it going? Doing good, doing good. I fucking... Okay, well, Well, you cannot blame me for this one, can't you, know? God damn it. I'm not trying to kill them! I'm not trying to kill them. I see you found some sushi? I know, right? They're like so adorable. Sisu. This guy likes Sisu. Me too, man. Sususu. Hashish. Hashish. Do I really have to deal with all of them? Wait, how many of you are here? Oh, do I have to find the right one? Oh, you are... Wait, you are big. Why are you so big? Why are you so big? I love you? Why are you so big? Oh wait. I should really mess around with the... Why? Ah. Hey, big guy. Oh my god. Oh, I can change, right? No. Huh. What's this? Cool. No, I'm just blocking the thing. That looks wrong. I'm sorry. Oh, whoa, what's this? Oh, whoa, what's this? It's a Titan. Oh, are you a Titan? Is it because... Is it a Titan? No fucking way. No fucking way. I cannot. It literally says Titan. Did you catch one of them yet? Yes, I did. But... there's like so many different colors. I want the pink one. Do you see this one? Very adorable. Nah. Sorry, this is how I play Pokemon. That's why it takes so long for me to just progress with the game. It's great, man. It's great. I love doing this. Here, let me try to capture this pink one. Sushi. Please do not use Memento. I beg of you. I'm just gonna go, Are you water dragon type? Because you're for sure dragon type. Are you water? Because if you are water, you are okay. Then dive ball should do. Oh wait, no, I'm not on the water. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. Thanks, game. I mean, I guess I messed up, but thanks, game. Mimicry Pokemon. The species differing colors and patterns are apparently the result of Tatsugiri's changing itself to suit the preferences of the prey it lures in. Oh, what do you guys eat? Droopy form? Oh my god. How many forms do I have? Tatsugiri probably very far away. Yep. Oh. Oh, they have different cry. So I got pink and yellow. I love them. Okay, pink and yellow. Which one is left? Orange? Yeah, this one. I don't know if I'm gonna get so lucky again. But now I'm at water. So dive ball should work properly. It's just a minimal amount of water. You have to stand on the floating ball. Get them! They're mine! Catch them all! Please, 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 please. Oh no! Don't use memento! Oh, thank you. I'm using all my dive ball against these guys. I need them. Oh, that's crit. How do I keep getting crit? I mean, I'm not gonna ask. I'll take them. Guillotine? What? Why do you want guillotine? I already forget about it. You already have false swipe. I mean, guillotine is 1 hit KO, but accuracy at 30%. Nah. Yep, see? We both think of the same thing. Do that. Curly form. Wait, this is a small dragon Pokemon? It lives in what? It lives inside the mouth of Dondozo to protect itself from enemies on the outside. Huh. So we have Stretchy, Curly, and Droopy. Any more? Yeah, I think there's 3 of them. Yellow, orange, pink. This is orange, right? Yeah. So that's a shrimp. Oh, wait. That's shrimp? This is egg? and then this is, I assume, raw salmon? That is the most adorable thing ever. How can I love this game? God damn it, man. Yeah, I think that's the 3 different forms that I got. Alright, let's talk to the Titan. I should probably save. No. I never know. My team might get wiped by this. I should probably heal out Limzard as well. Hey, Limzard. Nice. I'll start with Hexors. Yeah. Titan! You are big. I Titan! Oh my god! Hi? Are you dragon type? Dondozo, the first dragon titan. I assume that means you are dragon type. I'm pissed! Yeah! Oh, it is a false titan, dragon type, okay. Please don't get confused. I'm pissed! No, only 2 turns? Okay. I have no SP defense, dude. Alright, chill, don't kill yourself. Chill. Oh, okay. Whoa, Aquatail is more painful. Until I'm friends is way past my bedtime. I will catch you all later this week. Okay, Brian. Have good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate. Have good sleep. Oh, well, Pokemon, yeah. Finally got my capture card and I can play Pokemon Scarlet. Bet. Bet. Do not please. Oh, you're the best. Huh, that doesn't hurt. Oh yeah, there's a second phase. Hi, Hero. Sorry if I butcher your name. I have to find it again. Alright. Today is just doing Path of Legends and also trying to find Drippy. Drippy is not registered in my Pokédex, so I don't know how to find him. I mean, I should just find in A to Z. Drippy is D. DR. E? Nope, it's not here. Yeah, Drippy is not here. I want Drippy though. Oh, sorry. Oh, we're playing hide and seek, isn't it? Alright. Let's go. Koraidon number 1. This guy's just floating. They're just floating. I'm gonna cry. Oh, my Switch is dying. Help. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, hi. Are you a Pokemon? Oh, I hear Dratini. Why is the game running like dog shit? You're just catfish, aren't you? I'll just lower your attack. Oh, but your SP attack though. Oh! Bruh. There's no hacking away. I cannot do outrage. Oh, that's a slow Dodonzo. Haha, lowered attack. Drippy is a version exclusive of Violet. What? No! I want Drippy, no! God damn it. No Drippy. Game's lagging a bunch. Dive ball. Help, the game is running like dog shit. We're watching PowerPoint slideshow currently. Please have a seat. Netball? Netball is still good against fish and bug type Pokemon, right? Water and bug? Oh, that's a crit. That's a big zoom in as well. That's a lot of XP. 4,000? You have to trade for him? Oh, wait, so I need to find someone who plays Pokemon Violet and trade a Drippy with them? But it's bad at getting food. Teams up with a Tatsugiri to catch prey. Sorry, this place is making my Switch cry. It's literally running at like 1 FPS. Oh, look at the water. That's not helping. Oh my god, it's so slow. And this game doesn't run well. Yeah. It's very sad, honestly. Like, bad optimization can cause such big issue. But like, the game itself is great. Slowpoke! Slowpoke swimming! Hi, Slowpoke. Hi, Slowpoke. Oh my god, look at you. Oh my god, look at you. Oh. It's Slowpoke. I love Slowpoke. Oh, there it is. It's running okay now. I think it's just the water shaders are unoptimized. Yeah, it's the water shader. Is that Abra? No. Oh, it's Dreadnought. Oh, you go. Okay. This guy's fast. I crave sushi. Veluza. This doesn't kill, right? They're level 51. Yeah. I guess False Swipe is not that important currently. Bad optimization. Psycho Cat looks like it's not a physical attack. Netball. We're catching fish. Big hole. Oh yeah. We eating fish tonight. Oh, I forgot I gave my Knife Dirk Lucky Egg. No wonder he's getting so much EXP. When Veluza discards unnecessary flesh, its mind becomes honed and its psychic power increases. The spare flesh has a mild but delicious flavor. It's literally just salmon. You're a salmon. I want you. Or tuna. One of them. Woohoo! Sorry that the game is running like dog shit. I'm sure it's fine. It's only this area. Hi, I found you. I haven't healed. Oh shit! Oh. Did you find the Titan? I think. So that's it. Sure is one big dragon? Wait, is it with a dragon or is it a fish? It's a fish. It's a water type. I don't have electric type or grass. Huh? Oh. The little sushi guy got eaten up by the Titan? Didn't expect to see the food chain in action today. Give back sushi! I haven't healed. Oh, Greedon is stronger than me? Oh shit. Nah, I'll just spam breaking swipe. It's fine. This food chain's got me pretty fascinated. I gotta dig in and make a meal of this battle. Okay. Nice, that did nothing. Order up? Oh. Order up. What kind of move is that? I love it. Don't worry, I'll help you. I support. Order up. We're fine, we're fine. Breaking Swipe really good, lower the attack. If they just keep doing Order Up, then it's all good. Unless they do Water Pulse, then Aqua Tail is fine as well. Aqua Tail, albeit a little bit more painful. Arven, please! Alright, I'll deal with you. Oh, wait. Am I gonna hit Greedon? I don't know. Please don't hit Greedon. Okay. Oh, that is good. Oh, that is not good. Oh, okay. Arven? Pixel? A pixel? I'll do it myself. Thanks, Arven. Oh. Wait, is Outrage only 2 turns now? I thought Outrage is like 2 or 3 turns. We did it! We caught a fish! No thanks to you, Arven. Actually, thanks to you, Arven. You know, I still like Arven. Arven is a cool character. I like. Nemona is cooler though. Now that the Titan's taken care of, next up on the menu is that Herber Mystica. Oh. Huh? Escape without becoming that thing's lunch? Hey. Titan? Huh? What? Hello? Well, that was unexpected. Well, Tatsugiri is dragon type, so yeah, there you go. Get him! Get! Oh. No, okay, I'm dead. Yeah, this I have no SP defense, dude. That's a scary Tatsugiri. I mean, I could bring out Gudurg and win, honestly. Gudurg is the... Gudurg is not water type. Zita? I mean, Zita is cool. Flying type? Dragon type? Dragon type? Dragon Claw? Here, Shark, that you do this. Let's go, Garchomp! Kill! 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 I forgot I can do this. Kill! Got him. Garchomp number 1. Oh shit, I forgot to heal up. Oh no, Knife Dirk didn't get the XP. I'm sad now. Is that it? That's my hard-working little butt? Okay, don't say that to me. Maybe the Titan was both those Pokemon together? Like some kind of combo meal? Probably. Gippy! The little one came out of here, which means there should be some Herber Mystica inside. Let's go. Herber Mystica. How do I even find someone who plays Pokemon Violet? I'm still thinking about Drippy. The last Herbo Mystica! We did it! The last one. Spicy. Best music coming. The book has to say. Spicy Herbo Mystica is supposed to boost your metabolism. It gives your circulation a boost and helps flush out all those toxins along with a ton of sweat. Cool. You know what's next? It's chow time. Give it to me, Arvin. Give me the hwacha. Yeah, hiya, hwacha. Here we go. Trusty Arvin's chock-a-block full of cheer final herb super sandwich. Squeeze this bash tie and cry beautiful tears of friendship as we eat, okay? Alright, Arvin. There it is. The last one. Commemoration. Picture. Celebration. Thank you, Vincent. Koraidon. Yeah. Oh my god, it's Koraidon. I love you, Koraidon. Yes. Yes, I'll give it to you. It's yours. It's yours. Yes. It's yours. Climb up vertical surface? Oh, that's not what I expected. It's better than flying? I guess it's my Bostiff's turn then. Yeah, Average is trying to cure his dog. Puppy. Puppo. Eat up, Dogo. It's the last one, right? We really did our best to get this for you. The Dogo. We're gonna play with your favorite ball as much as you want. Just like we used to. Well, I would just want to take out the bubble. Oh, Arvin. Even Koraidon feels it. He's one of these and Dash spun on my team. Oh, 2 doggos? Game? Oh, there it is. Oh, we have cutscene? Let me hide myself. Oh no, is the dog too old? Hmm? Oh, are you cured? Oh. Oh. I don't know, but I like this. Hug! Hug Koraidon right now! Come on, me. Oh. God damn it. That was my only chance. That was my only chance! I want to hug Koraidon! Come on, man. Jeez. I'm sad now. Oh. Oh, hi. This is Sada. What? It seems that Koraidon has regained all of its powers except for the power to battle. It should not be able to climb up any vertical surfaces it grabs onto while you're riding upon it. Jump facing a wall, grab onto it, allowing you to climb up vertical surfaces. Move in any direction you like while climbing. Using the left stick. Like will just press the B button once more. Oh, okay. Akia. I know you were the right one to entrust it to, Droxen. Yeah, we did everything, Sada. Arvin, are you there? I've been searching so long for a way to reach you. Because no one else can get into my lab but you. Excuse me? Please take Droxen back to the lighthouse with you. To the lab on Pocopath. I'll reach out once more when you arrive there. What? What? Time for lunchies. Go eat, Narix. Go eat. Don't eat me though. Go eat. Lunch important. I guess you probably already know. I don't. Oh, that's your mom. Okay. Actually, I have no idea. Oh, the hair color. That makes sense. You know what? That makes sense. Look, I can be very dense. All right, I know I'm very dense most of the time. So that's your mom. All right. Always very under her work.
Hello, and welcome.
Justin, thank you. Appreciate. Welcome in. You looking around it? So early looking around it. Come in. Always very under her work of pursuing her own research. Never at home with me. That's the first time I ever heard her voice in years now. And now what? The first thing I get is to be treated like some kind of errand boy? That's sad. But I guess in here in Koraidon probably want to go, huh? I feel my blood's boiling, but sure, fine. I'll get you into the lab. What else can I do? The lab is off Poco Path, at the lighthouse where you and me first met. I don't remember where that is. Before I change your mind? Before you change your mind? Okay. The construction noises. It's so loud. We did it! Where's Poco Path? There it is. We're almost finished! Oh, is it this lighthouse? Probably. Oh wait, no. There, okay. Oh, it is, and I can just fly there. Why is there Monkey Ketchup here? What's with this Monkey Ketchup shining? I don't know what's going on, but you know what? Let's just Dragon. Yeah, let's just fly here and then run here. Because now Koraidon can climb any vertical surfaces. I'm gonna fight Dragon Terra Raid. Dragon. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Can I not? Can I not? I just teleported down. Thank you. You beat me here? Sorry, I had to use teleportation. Okay, fine. Guess we're doing this then. Well, this is the lab. I used to come here to play all the time when I was a kid. There'll better be a good reason for calling us here like this. Well, let's find out. Going in. Everyone always says she's kind of genius. She's some kind of genius. Absolutely brilliant as a Pokemon professor. My mom, that is. But let me tell you, as a parent, she's the worst. All she ever does is work. She never comes home. I don't have a single memory of her ever even playing with me, her own kid. My boss Tiff's the only one who was there for me, always. Anyway, it's open now. Going in. I just want to get this over with. Alright. Guess we're going in. More cutscene? Didn't think Pokemon has cutscenes. That looks dusty as fuck. Oh. I need your help. No voice acting, it's so sad still. Just like, what? What do you mean? I am currently at the deepest point of Area 0 in the Great Crater of Paldea. You seem safe. And rather kinda happy about it. I've been researching the unique Pokemon here for a very long time. I'm asking the two of you to lend a hand to help carry out the final step for the great Professor Sada's glorious research. Tell me about it. The final step? But there is something we need first, something that we can found within that lab. What we need is the Scarlet Book. Oh, so the other one is Violet Book? Wait, do you mean this book? Ah, so you took it from the lab, did you, Arvin? This expedites things. Bring the Scarlet Book to the deepest depths of Area 0. Just like that? You want us to go there? We'll die. I promise that it will be an experience worth treasuring if you come. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I must note, however, that Area 0 is both home to vicious Pokemon and outfitted with powerful cybernetic security systems. It seems to me that you might struggle if the two of you were to enter alone. You may take the time to gather some reliable allies before you come, if you feel the need. I'll be awaiting you in the deepest part of Area 0 wherever you arrive. I'm not gonna go there yet. Like, nuh-uh. Area Kosong. That place is bad news. It was down in Area 0 that my positive got wounded in the first place. Down in the great crater of Paldea. In all honesty, I'll be perfectly happy to never see that place again. Are you gonna go? We might find our treasure. I'm gonna go, but not now. Both means that I'm gonna go. What's the point? I'm gonna go, of course. What's that? Shake, and then side-eye me, and then shake. I suppose she did ask. And I can't just stand by and watch while a friend heads up into danger on his own. Oh yeah, my character is him. Looks like you know, queer. So I guess I'm going too. Besides, I love to give mom a piece of my mind. You know what? That's a good... Alright then, Rocket outside. We can have a Pokemon battle to see if we're really ready to head into Area 0 or not. What? What do you mean? Mostly to see if I'm ready or not. Let's go. Oh, okay. I mean... I get... Huh? Okay, so we're fighting now. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, we're fighting. It's too heavy to open. Am I that weak? Wait, how do I go up? How do I go up? Oh. I guess we're fighting. Alright, let me save again just in case. You know, I'll start with my very reliable Jija. Okay, Jija, and then Jija, Bad Dirk, Limzard, and Knife Dirk, Good Dirk, and Shark Dirk. Alright? Alright, that's my team. I believe in Jija, Bad Dirk, Limzard, Knife Dirk, Good Dirk, Shark Dirk. Alright, all of them. Number 1. Hey, you wanna huh? Oh, it's a bug. Hi. What are you doing? Why are you sniffing someone's ass? Why are you doing that? This bug is kinda cute. Is this like a new bug? I've never seen this one before. Alright, let's fight. Yeah, let's fight too. It's from X and Y. Oh, that's quite a long time ago. I think. Yeah, I don't know as well. Excellent. You're ready too, right, my boss Steve? Even though you just recovered, but yeah, I'm sure you're ready. Yep, my boss Steve says it's ready. You're just putting words into its mouth. You're better with my boss Steve? Okay, yeah, I can see where you'd be worried. But my body here is bursting with energy. You would never know he was so weak just a little while ago. Are you sure? Won't leave me alone, always whining at me, wanting to battle you and your Pokemon. It's been so long I nearly forgot, but he always did love to battle. Even if we always lost to the student council girl, the battle fanatic one, or Nemora? Or Nemona, sorry. Anyway, my point is there's no need to worry. Well, I'm glad then. We're brand new Arven and Mabo Steve, and we're feeling audacious. Or maybe herbaceous. I'll cry. Let me give you a taste of what we can do. Alright, Arven, let's go. Yeah, Pokemon music always has been so good. Let's go, Arven. I have no fighting type. Oh, this is a really good background. Oh, Arven is strong. Arven is strong. Oh shit. Oh, that's painful. Aha, I think I have shade skin. Shed skin. Get over synergy. What? Oh! Is it because Sijat loves me now? Alright, let's do this. No item, right? No item. This is a battle. No item. You got this, Chicha. At least win against a Greedon. I believe. Oh! It's fine, Chicha. You're good. You're the best. Let's go. We're too speedy. Good stuff. Garka Knuckle? I don't know what that is. I'm keeping. Any damage you do is free at this point. Oh no! Oh shit! You are steel type, aren't you? Oh god. Okay. Well. You did good, Chicha. Yo, what the fuck? Chicha, tough it up so you wouldn't feel sad. No, I feel even sadder if you tough it up, Chicha. What the fuck is that? Chicha, it's fine. What do I do? I mean, that's the best boy, but Chicha. I feel bad. Gosh, I want to heal Chicha, but like, I don't know. I said no items. Alright, Chicha, you got this. Okay, Chicha, you try, you try. You're the best, you're the best. Oh no, this is bad. I need rapid spin, I need rapid spin. I need to do rapid spin right now. Please do not terrorize. Reto Croco, hi! Welcome, welcome. Chicha, please! Chicha, I need you to rapid spin! It's okay, you did good. You're the best, Chicha. You did really good. Thank you for the follow, Retro Croco. Stealth Rock, right? Flying shouldn't be affected. This guy is steel? That's steel, right? Or rock? I'm bringing Gudurk in. I think it's rock type. Rock ground? It's gonna hurt a little bit, don't worry about it. Ow. But you're a slime! Let's go, muddy water. Ah! Ooh, oh my god, okay. Oh, it is rock type. I feel like I might lose this one. I cannot bring Bad Dirk in. Huh. You know what? Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I got this. You know what I love about this game? Dynamic music. So good. Yeah, I had a feeling. This guy's all defense. If I breaking swipe and they do stone edge, if I do breaking swipe and then they stone edge, I might be able to tank this one. Unless they have some of the moves. Oh. Oh, let's go. Yeah, I think the skills. Unless I do Dragon Pulse, but Knife Dirk is no SP attack though. Is this a dragon only playthrough? Yes and no. Yes, because I do love dragons. No, because I mean, yeah. But it's only just because I love dragons, that's why I have all the dragon type Pokemon here. I'm doing Breaking Swipe. I think the skills. Senator is a dragon? Oh shit, true. Oh, she can be! There you go. Senator can be a dragon. Right, no item. No item. Alright, this is a battle. If I lose, I'll take the L. Alright, let's be... I'm pissed! Oh shit. I'm slow. Woo! Yeah, reptile only playthrough. Okay, now it's a lizard time to shine. Looks like grass, right? That is so painful! I doubt this is gonna kill, unless I terrestrialize. Even if I terrestrialize, I don't think it's gonna kill. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet. Let's go. Get him! Get him, lizard! She. let's go. Nice. Okay. That's it. I knew you could do it. Wow. Salads are so strong. Cloister? Oh god. Bitch is a cloister? No. Okay, wait. Cloister. What the? What the type against my Limzard? I'm gonna die. Hi, Essie. Oh, it's a grass ground? Did it super effective? I don't remember. You know, it's fine. Keep current Pokemon. Cloister is not immune to poison, right? And Cloister is all about... Cloister is all about defense. And then Limzard is all about SP attack. If I do Dragon Pulse, it might die. Like, I'm just saying. I have... Weiss... No, the... Choice Spec. Cloister really does look like a... Yeah, I know. This is not gonna kill, but I'll take it. Goodbye, world! You did good, Limzard. You did good. You the best. You the best. Oh, I got 2 left. Shit. Better? Better? Yep, better. Let's go, better. No items. If I lose, I'll take the L because I'm bad. Stealth Rock is good. Okay, how much more left? Good job, better. Scovillain? Scovillain is grass type, isn't it? It's a grass type. This is the ghost pepper one, right? Yeah. Oh, it's grass and fire. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Look at the head color. Oh, lucky! Let's go. You're the best, better. Look at that. The flinch? Dude, they don't even stand a chance. Luck is on my side because I'm a kobold. There it is, my boss tooth. I'm gonna assume you're gonna do terrestrialized, huh? It's fine, I'm using SP attack. Hey, look, I'm gonna bet on you getting flinched 10,000 times. Papu. We're killing the Papu. I already used mine. Fucking hell, dude. Oh, it's a ghost type. Oh wait, no, that's a dark type, sorry. Flinch. Come on, flinch. Come on, flinch. Oh shit! Why the fuck do you have fairy mode, a fairy type move? Dark type is not afraid of dark type. Yeah. Flinch. Flinch. Aya, flinch. Come on. Just say some aya. Alright. You got this. Flinch. Oh! Goodbye, world. Okay. 1-on-1. This guy is terrestrialized. Here we go. Look at it. Oh, I do have soft sand though. Hey man. I don't know if dig kills. I'm digging. I have soft sand, this might kill. That's right. Nuh-uh. I'm playing lame. Shoryuken. Oh, goodbye world. Oh, hey, no, wait. Okay. Hey, don't worry about it, yeah? What was that? You're trying to play rough? Oh. Yeah, easy. Let's go soft stand Garchomp. That was good. Let's go Garchomp. We were so close, Marble Stiff, so close. I don't really like Arven calling me little buddy, but I'm a kobold. Fine, I'm okay. 25k? You're rich. We're rich. Dang, this is the strength of someone who could take down those Titan Pokemon, huh? You did help, Arven. Yeah, much as I had to admit it, I do think we're gonna need some more support. The Pokemon in Area Zero are super strong, and there are all sorts of weird machines there too. I would say we need to at least 2 more people. Somebody with some champion rank level skills, and somebody who can deal with crazy tech. So I guess we have to finish everything before we can go Area Zero, huh? Maybe Nomona? Maybe Penny? The student council girl? Yeah, she'll be perfect for the job, but I doubt she'll give us time of day unless one of us was on her level, as in champion rank level. Hey, I can do that. But, well, we're gonna do what we're gonna do. Whoever do you think you could be of help, just try getting in good with them. We'll see if we can get the team together. Get in touch if you make progress. I'll do the same. Thanks, Arven. So, in the end, I still need to finish the... Complete! So yeah, I do need to complete everything. As in Champion Road, Team Star Base Road. Oh yeah, wasn't there like a... Oh! Psyduck! Oh my god, it's Psyduck! Oh my god, it's Psyduck! Hi. Hi, Psyduck. You're the best. Thank you, Psyduck. I have been enlightened. Also, wasn't there like a Dragon Terror raid? Oh, is this Gaming Ghoul? Oh, wait, Oh, I caught you. Guess I'll just kill you then. Sorry. It's gonna hurt a little bit. Oh god, I feel bad.
Emotional damage!
For the treasure chest. Okay, there's a Dragon Terror raid right there, I think. Oh, this is the best. wait, look at this. Oh! Look at them! Oh my god. Hi. They look so soft, oh my god! They look so soft. Hi. Alright, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. TED Talk. Thank you. Fresh water? This is a bug type? That's a dragon type. Duh, I know, right? This game is great. Albeit it runs like a piece of shit, but if I don't like, if I look past that part and just enjoy the game, yeah, the game is great. Huh? Tsarina is the heckin' dragon type? I'm just gonna go in and outrage. It's like, oh, I'm pissed. Actually, then let's bring Shark Dirk in. With this kill? Oh, you're steady. Sorry, I forgot you're steady. Yeah, I expected as much. Oh. Got him. I'm catching you. With a Pokeball. Pokeball. Can I have a shiny Aracuda gun? Eh? Is there like a shiny Aracuda gun? I don't know. Wait, it's Aracuda Scarlet exclusive? Is that what you mean? Because I want Dreepy, and Dreepy is Violet exclusive, and I'm gonna cry. I want Dreepy! There's no Dreepy! If you want, you can call Raventhorn. Raventhorn? I assume that's another person's name? Question mark? Okay, we did the dragon raid. So I guess now we go to the gym. Gyms? How much more? 2 more, I think? No. Yeah, I guess I should. Oh, there's a TM. Wait, go back, go back, go back. Potek? I don't see the use of Potek, honestly. Alright, Pokeball. So yeah, I want to go to the gym. Oh, this is Star Badge. Gym is here. Yeah, if I go here, then it should be easier. Did you do the ghost gym yet? Yeah. I did the ghost gym on stream about a few days ago. I can trade you through. You can trade me a 3B? But I don't think I have anything you want though. Raventhorn's a real name. Oh, sorry. Wait, isn't that a little bit? Isn't showing real name a little bit on the dangerous side? Because it's like a personal information, isn't it? Well, I don't know. I just that's how I feel about like real life information. Pokeball. Luxury ball. Probably gonna need more of these. There you go. Oh, you sell quick ball? Yes. Thank you, quick ball. I can't believe they replaced the Pokemon hospitals and stores with Pokemon themed gas station stands. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I'm having this as a vehicle, so I guess having a gas station would make sense, question mark? Imagine this a gas station for Koraidon. Yeah, that'll make me more happier. Oh, your first name's Raven. Oh, okay. But I never went online though. How do I even trade with people? Do I need to go online? Like, a couple of them are fine, but they are copy and pasted. I see your point. Look at the clothes. Yeah, this is a ghost gym. Look at where you're at. Yeah, I mean, look, SC. They'll be freezing. They rushed this game out in less than a year, I think, right? Because in between this and which one again? 8th gen is Sword and Shield, right? Yeah, with Sword and Shield and Scarlet in between, they have Pokemon Legend or Arceus. Yeah, they should give it more time, is what I'm trying to say. It's like, god damn it, they should spend more time trying to optimize this game, because this game runs like dog shit. But the game itself is great, just some very optimization issue, right? And some glitches here and there, some bugs. And yeah, see, when the snowstorm comes, that's how you know. Bitch is like, Switch is like dying. It's like, right? So, Ghost Gym is my favorite in this game. Ooh, I think my favorite is Water Gym so far. Oh wait, no, Normal, because Normal is too relatable. Everyone of us is Larry. You just need a link trade code. Or well, if you don't, I didn't mean to sound pushy, but like, how do I let you? Is there any Pokemon you want in Scarlet? Is it this one? Group? You can play together with friends as you adventure around Paldia. If you want to play with nearby friends, you should leave your internet connection in offline mode. If you want to play with faraway friends, change to online mode. Oh! Now we want to invite friends to play together with you, form a group, and then tell your friends the link code you said. When joining a friends group, you need to enter the link code they share with you. You won't be able to take part in link battles, link trades, or terror raid battles with anyone but your fellow group members when you're playing together as a group. Oh, okay. How do I go online? Pokeportal? The game needs a rework, not because of visual bugs either, but because of the pacing of the game is messed up. I don't know about the pacing is messed up. To me, it's very free roam, so I guess at least I personally am okay with that. And like, I think my biggest pet peeve for the game is like the performance issue. That's my biggest gripe I have. It's the link trade code. But Retro, I don't know what you want. You can only trade down my friends with an online mode. You can. Oh, okay. Set link code. Oh shit. 2 1 1 0. A link ba. Like this. Huh? I'm trying to. Oh, do I just do begin search? Duh. Oh wait, is there any button? L, R, no. I guess I just begin search. Search for a trade partner for a link trade. Huh? Is it based on the link? I don't know. I'll do it. Anything is fine. Okay, I appreciate that. The games since the beginning were free roam as well. It's just that they will gradually open up the world as you went with the story. You mean like as in they get more HM and then they get to progress more through the game? Not saying having the open world is a bad thing, it's just that it's hard to make interesting. True. I can actually agree with that, yeah. Uh-oh. Did I mess up? I probably did. I'm sorry. I never did this before. I could stop searching. Is it not link trade? Or do I need to connect to internet? Oh, that connect to here. My character is just there. Oh, I'm online now. Alright, I'm connected to the internet. Typlosion? Whoa, can I get Typlosion like this? Ranked battle? Regulation set C? What the book? What is all this? I can get Typlosion like this? Okay. Link trade. Link code. It's this link code and begin searching? I hope this is right. 3DS servers are down now. It's outliving a chunk of my childhood. Huh? You mean like 3DS has no more online functionality? 3DS are down? So you cannot play online on 3DS? That's fucked! Really? Oh dude, that's terrible. I'm waiting for them to add Pokemon. Is it retro? Oh god, is it retro? I don't know. How do I know? Oh, is that you? I assume it's you, Croco. What does the shiny mean? The shiny means you don't have? Yes, okay, thank you. Oh, my sister is online. Are you sure it's not just eShop down only? I don't know. You want a Zangoose? I could give you a Zangoose. I don't know which one is like Scarlet exclusive. Oh, you want Apple Durg? Oh, I have a Kelpturk, I forgot. Oh, I have a Lucario. Wait, why do I have an egg? What? Why do I have an egg? I'll give you... Anything is fine? Alright. Okay. I'll give you Zangoose. Traded. Oh! If a condition error in your system gets turned while you're trading, you won't be able to trade the Pokemon for a while. Oh shit, okay. 3DS and Wii U shop down. Oh. Bye bye, Zangoose. I never trade. Oh shit. Oh, that's cool. My Switch is dying. Oh, thank you, Croco. Thank you. Oh my god. Groups of 3P will fly at high speed over the ocean and pocket Pokemon in the pocket Pokemon in the water for fun. Oh my god. If I can say another, it's okay, Croco. I'll have one for now. I think one is enough. Thank you. Oh my god. I remember when it came out and I thought it was an add-on for the Wii. Oh. Weedled? Nuh-uh, Croco is nice. I got trippy. Oh my god. I'll quit the. I will quit the trade. Yeah. Thank you, Croco. My god, you do. Oh my god, I got trippy. No, the single Delphox. Is there Delphox in this game? I actually have no idea if there's Delphox in this game. Drippy! There is? Oh shit. Oh no. I did say I want to change out Gudurk, right? They put you in the game? I thought you were Borbo. I'm changing out Gudurk. It's okay. Oh, Drippy! Oh yeah, the item you have. Yeah, I know. I know you have Disonus. Oh, look at Drippy! Oh my god! Oh my god, Drippy! Infestation? Wait, are you? If you're traded, the Pokemon's move are unaffected by the target's barriers, substitutes, and the like. Whoa! So, like, Protect doesn't work against Drippy? That's cool. A Crystal Cavern? It likes to trash about? Oh my god, Drippy! I can send you a Salamence. Is Salamence another Violet exclusive? Question mark? It's okay. I'll have Drippy for now. Drippy is good enough. Hey Drippy, I have all the EXP candy. It's yours. I have all my possessions. Yes. Oh, okay. I think it's fine. I get Drippy. I'm very happy. You know. Drippy. It's yours, Drippy. Everything is yours. Whoa. That's a lot. Alright, good job, Drippy. No, there's actually more. Hey, Drippy, I think there's more things I want to give it to you. We can give Drippy some... Yeah. Drippy is now strong. Oh, I never used the feathers. Slight increased base point for the HP stat. Yes. It's yours, Drippy. Pokemon attack stat. Is Drippy attack? I mean, even if Drippy is not. Oh, Drippy is attack. I thought Drippy is like SP attack. Okay. Hey, Drippy. I have more things for you. It's yours. Oh, I don't have a lot of defense. SP attack. Is TTS not working? One a Froakie, one a Chameleon. At least not now.
Droxen, can I say something cursed in TTS?
Oh, there it is. It took like 10 years for it to work. How cursed are we talking about? So long as it doesn't violate Twitch TOS, then it should be fine. It's okay, Croco. You already gave me a Drippy. I'm very happy. Thank you. I have a Drippy. Oh. Drippy. You won't have any fun. What? Drippy. I'll message it to you. Oh, sure. I guess I'll give Drippy Lucky Egg. Where did you message it? Muscle band for Hexorus, I guess? On Discord? Alright. Here, you can have Lucky Egg. Okay, I already give all my prized possession for Drippy. Okay, let me look at Discord. You guys can look at my screen, so it should be fine, right? Yeah, you guys can look at my screen. What's abdomen? Oh. I don't understand that sentence. What do you mean? Oh shit, my controller, no! Oh god, wait, I need to charge on my controller. That's a bit awkward. What can I do? I need to charge up this controller. I cannot plug and play this controller. Weird. You know, I'll unplug my Switch controllers and use that for now. And I'll charge my Pro controller. Give me a second. Let me just pull this thing out. How do I... Oh, there it is. That's one out. I need another. Sorry guys, give me a second. Let me take this out. Uh-oh. Oh no. The left one is always so hard to get out of the Switch console. Or is it just my issue? Do you guys have this issue? Those who have Switch? The left Switch controller is always like the hardest to get it out of the console. It doesn't go out. What do you mean? Oh, what? Oh! Wait, what if I unplug my Switch from the dock? I'm sorry if you guys are looking at a blank screen for a little bit. Let me try this. Oh shit! Oh, I think that works. I mean, it kind of works. My Switch is like burning hot. Okay, do this, pull up. Nah, okay, I got the controller out. Sorry about that. It's coming back. Screen? Huh? Screen? Wait, screen? Oh, okay, okay. I thought my screen is gone. Message and image for context. Oh, the Pro controller died. Just in time too. Okay, so I have the Switch controller here. So, it should be fine. Oh my mama. Why was that loud as hell? Alright. Oh, this is weird to have like controllers on both of my... Okay, let me charge up the Pro controller as well. Sorry, didn't mean to bonk the mic. Ah, there's too many cables here. That's mine. Okay, all good, all good. Message and image for context. Oh, okay. Oh my god. What am I looking at? Give me the buck shaker, dude. The buck shaker. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the second gym. Here. I can get there. Oh. SC, no! SC! Wait, I need to enlarge. Oh. Oh! 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 So wiggly. Thanks, SC. Thanks, SC. Look, now I'm blocking the whole screen. There. Can I just like climb up the mountain like this? What did I do wrong? Ooh. Are those sneasels? Oh, they are. Why do they all look a little bit different? Magnetron? That thing looks scary. What is that? Yeah, I cannot use camera. Step on them. What are you? You look like a ghost type somehow. Please don't die. Thanks, game. It's a snowflake? True that. Oh, it's a thing! I still love this guy. This one. Hey. Hi. You sound like Koraidon somehow. Yeah, you sound a little bit like Koraidon. The single you ball of snow boosts the attack of ice type? Question mark? Oh, it's a bit too fast. I didn't read that. What do you mean I can write Koraidon here? I don't want to die. Alright, thank you. Oh, I do a quick ball, right? Let's use quick ball. Go! Quick ball! Alright. I hate it. Maybe this doesn't kill. Speed! Oh, nice. God damn it, I'm a dragon type, come on. Ultra Ball! What? Don't worry, Chicha, you got this. Just take a few more rounds. Let's just keep using Night Slash. Or Slash good. What ball do you want? You want Premier Ball? You like Premier Ball? I'm not gonna blame you. It's good. Evolve 3, huh? Evolve 3? Oh, do you mean you want me to evolve 3P? I don't know how. I gave them all my EXP candy. Well, not rare candy though. Is it by level or does it need like some sort of a specific condition for it to evolve? Oh, I should probably buy a soothing bell for Drippy. How can I buy a soothing bell again? I think it's in the Deadly Bird multi-store, I think. Okay, you know what? Let's go to a Pokemon Poke Store, Poke Shop. Repeat ball, alright. Level 50? Okay. It shouldn't be hard then. Okay, we're here. I know where has the thing. The Deadly Bird store. Oh. Oh, Blizzard sounds strong. Who can learn Blizzard? Can you learn Blizzard? You can use Flamethrower? Leech Life seems strong. Did they buff the hell out of Leech Life? Leech Life's now power 80? Huh. Can you learn Blizzard? I mean, it would be kind of funny if Chicha can learn Blizzard. There's no way you can learn Blizzard, right? No heckin' way. Is it spray though? Nah, I have Venoshock. I think Venoshock is good enough. Gunk Shot? I love how everyone can learn Dragon Tail, but then it feels like Dragon Tail has been nerfed. Like Dragon Tail now has a power of 60, accuracy 90 is normal, but I think just lower power in general. But they a little bit of buff is that they drag out, they knock away the opponent, which is kind of interesting. Drippy. And Drippy, I don't use TM on Drippy yet. I never really used any TM still, except for False Swipe, Power Gem, Spikes. Nah, there's no need. Okay, let's heal up, and I'm gonna try to buy a Soothing Bell. What the what? Here? Ooh. Okay, I have 2 more Star Badge, 2 more Gym Badges, I think. Deadly Bird, I don't remember what it is. Lavencia? It could be in oh, wait, in the water area? A Cascarafa, yeah. I need Soothing Bell for Drippy. Oh, Drippy is 49, right? If Drippy is 49, then... Yeah, Drippy is 49. Here, Drippy, you can have one of my rare candy. I have 12 only. There you go. Drippy! Oh my god, look at you! Drippy! Drippy found a friend! Drippy evolved to Dracloak. Drippy found a friend! Look at that, it's a friend! That's why I love Drippy so much, oh my god. Caretaker Pokemon? This Pokemon flies around at over 120 miles per hour. If a Dracloak is defeated in a battle, each Drippy will run off without a second thought. No, that's sad! Dragon Pulse? Alright. Now level 60. Ooh, that's a little bit hard then. Do you want Dragon Pulse? You don't want Infestation? What does Infestation do? The target is infested and attack for 4 to 5 turns? 4 to 5 turns this can flee during this time. Oh, power only 20 though. Yeah, it's not that good. When they Terra, the baby on their head is the one that is wearing the crown. Oh my god, that's so cute though. I mean, I can give 10 rare candy for Drippy. Do I want that though? Yeah! What am I even saying? Of course! There you go. All for you, baby. Takedown? Do you want it? You want to forget Bite and learn Takedown? How about Quick Attack though? Dragon... Whoa. There it is. Yeah, do that. Yeah. I'm cheating. Dracloak. Oh. Dracapult. Look at that tail though. That's a huge tail. That looks good. Take this picture for scientific purposes. Dragapult can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focusing. Even the Dreepy and Dragapult's horn become invisible. Oh! Oh, there's Dreepy there! I didn't see it. Oh my god, Dragapult! Dragon darts? That's new. Yeah. Hi, Rogue. One move they want to forget? Wrong. Try again? Nope. Not the one either. One more. I'm basically forcing them by giving them options. I give them the illusion of having choices. Dragon darts? Yeah. Now that is your best Pokemon? Probably. Attacks twice using Dreepy? You using Dreepy to attack? If there are two opposing Pokemons, the move hits each of them once. Oh my god. Double sip? I will. Hey, which one do you want to forget? You want to forget Bite? How about you forget Takedown? Yeah, look at that. The illusion of choice. Yay. Alright, I have one more rare candy. Oh. It's so slow. It's so thick too. Hi. That's so cute. How far are you in the stories? Give it Muscle Band? But I want to give it a Soothing Bell first. How far I did the Path of Legends already. So Path of Legends is done. I have two more Champion Road and two more Team Star, I believe. Yeah, two more Victory Road and two more Starfall Street. So I think I'm kind of close to finishing this. But nah, it'll never be finished. I love this game. I can play more. Switch! Oh god! I need to find the Delibird store. Not this one. Not this one. That's a bag store. There's a hat store. Maybe it's on the other side. You friendly with your Pokemon? I don't know. As you spend time with a Pokemon that grow friendlier towards you? Sure. You want to look at Limzard, maybe? You're pretty great friends? You show me love to each other? Of course, because it's Salazzle. That's so adorable. I'm gonna melt. No, not this one. Is this a clothing store? Rough and tough? I mean, it's kind of a clothing store. I think if you max out friendship and talk to her, she will give you your Pokemon a ribbon. Ooh! So Limzon is not maximum yet. Oh! It's alert to sounds. He has good endurance. It's mischievous. He has good perseverance. It's highly persistent. Will they like an Electros? It's okay, Croco. I'm good with trading for now. I appreciate you giving me a 3P. Oh, this must be the dead bird. Yeah, it's this one, this one. Hmm. Normal gem? But only once? Why is it so expensive? Utility umbrella? The balloon will burst? I have a complete living dex in this game if you need to breed any for yourself. Can you breed in this game? Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, is there no soothing bell? I thought you have soothing bell. Oh, there it is. Mmm. There you go. Sooth bell, sooth bell. Conceals the holder, tricking the eyes of its enemies and protecting it from the additional effects of moves? Huh. Oh, my control just... Huh. Weird. You can have this. I like how there's two babies up there. Okay, I got the sooth bell. Let's continue to the gym. Yeah, here. Breeding in this game is really easy. You just set out a picnic with compatible Pokemon and they will breed. Some sandwiches will make it quicker, but are optional. Is that how I got an egg? Because I have an egg in the box. Yeah. So, picnic and I got an egg. I need to bring the egg around for it to like hatch, right? I could just temporarily switch out Chijak for a little bit. I thought you would throw out the egg. What? Picnic, then you need to check the basket for eggs. Walking with the egg will hatch it. Having a Pokemon with flame body will help it hatch quicker. Flame body? Sneasel doesn't count as flame body, right? I mean, Sneasel is just fire type. It's an ability? Are these wild Pokemons? Oh, they are wild Pokemons. Okay, okay. Hi, Nemona. I like Nemona in this game. Nemona is cool. Why? Because Nemona, just because of us, Nemona went along and just like built a new team and then go through the gym badges again with us. Even though she's already a champion rank Poke trainer, something like that. Yeah. Anyone want to Union Circle with me? I don't think I want to Union Circle for now. Flame Body's ability. I usually use Talon Flame, but several others can also have Flame Body. Ah, okay, okay. Hey, I heard the good news. Congrats on gym batch number 6. Not even a tenth of the trainers who take on the gym gets this far, you know. Cool. But I'm not surprised they made it. I just knew there was a reason you caught my eye. I don't know. Well, trust me, I could tell from our very first battle you were gonna grow seriously strong. Anyway, I bet you could use a little warming up before you take on the gym, huh? Come on, you know the drill by now. You want to fight me? Okay, okay. Alright, oh, okay. I have an egg! I have an egg! Ta-ta-ta-chan, here's our battle cord for today. Alright, always important to check what environment your Pokemon will be battling in. Snowstorm? The battlefield can have these teeny effects on your Pokemon's balance and stuff, you know? Anyway, sorry, I sort of dragged you here, but a little pre-gym warming up should do you good. Fruitful battle? Let's go, best team ever! Let's go, Nemona! Dog! Bat versus dog. They got you 6 badges? Let's go, Nemona! Flinch, flinch, flinch. Flinch, flinch, flinch. No, I'm dead! Bubble! We got another bubble! Oh, bye-bye bubble! I love the dog mons. They look really good. They honestly look really good. Sliggoo? Wow. Using a dragon type Pokemon? I cannot believe it. This guy is trying to copy my vibe. This was the first game where I actually built a competitive team, so I've tried to learn as much as I could. Oh, for me, it's always like I just want to choose the Pokemon that I love and it just like simp on them and have a journey together. That's how I play Pokemon games usually. Kill! Kill! Endure? Sturdy? That's stun, but you're not the only one who can hit hard when it counts. Oh shit. Do you have sturdy? Oh! I'll eat slime. I'll eat slime. That's right. Oh, the music is so good. The Fox Mons? The Mons looks really good. Most Mons looks really good. Pomad? You know what? I'm changing. Is Pomad Palmy? If Palmy, then I win. If it's Palmy, then I win. Because it's electric type. Let's go, I win. Masquerada? Do I cheat? Nah, there's no need to cheat, I already won. Training attacks the brink of winning or losing gives me chills. Nemona is so cool. We got the Weed Kitty. Weed Kitty. Hey, I'm sure you want to, you know, terrestrialize. Why not do it together? Let's go. I'm the same way. I never bothered with competitive teams before. Just play for fun and adventure. I had a friend that wanted to have a big battle with me at the end of the game. Oh, that's cool. So that's why you had to learn. Here comes the fun part. Let's go. Let's do it. Nice camera angle. Dragon Claw! Ka-ching! Oh, bye-bye. Let's go. Yeah, Shark Dirt! Get slashed! Get Dragon Clawed! I love Nemona. I knew I was right to believe in you. That's an L for me, man. You've done so good. I think that should be enough of a warm-up. Yeah. You and your Pokemon should be all set now. Here, take this as thanks for the battle. Max Paulson? Wow. Potomomo. Kaya. There's just 2 gyms remaining. Then all there'll be left is to try the champion. Give it all you've got. Now let's get you back to the gym lobby. Thank you, Nemona. Egg. Oh, the gym leader is a snowboarder. Also, buff woman representative. Nice. Let's give it a good old save. Welcome to the Glacido Gym. I've come to challenge. Okay, what's the gym test? Doing the snow slope run? I have to go... Okay. Ride the Pokemon down the designated course and try to reach the goal within the time limit. To start your test, just head out to the gym and go up the slope on your left. We'll fill you in on the details there. Okay. Now get out there and have fun. Brr. I have a friend who hates furries and scalies. I mean, I guess. I mean, hating on furries and scalies, both, it's not exactly very uncommon, right? It's actually quite common. As long as you don't cause a ruckus, then it's all good. Alright, where's the slope? People do be like that at times. It happens, don't worry about it. Hey, I have to deal with a fair share of haters out there. I mean, even though I didn't like, I didn't do like, I'm a furry, ooh, to their face and be like very annoying. I didn't do that, but they just hate furries in general. It's like, yeah, sure. I mean, I respect that. As long as you don't cause a ruckus, then, you know, yeah, all good. Because like I cannot change, like I cannot force people to like things they don't like. It's you. It will be rude, right? It's very rude to do that. So yeah, I can totally understand. Don't worry. Hating also no use. I mean, you cannot change that they hate them. High-paying jobs are mostly furry. Oh, they don't know. They don't know. Hey there, I've been waiting for you. This is where the snow slope run starts. Your task is to ride the Pokemon all the way down this course. It's like a slippery, slidey nature trail. Reach the finish line within the target time, and you have passed the test. So, ready to attempt the gym test by taking on the snow slope run? Yeah. Which Pokemon can I ride? Winter Wonderland on your way down? Yeah! Oh, that looks great. Am I playing Mario Kart? Mario Kart? I'm riding Koraidon. That sounds great. Let's go, Koraidon! Dude, Koraidon is so OP. Koraidon got the moves, dude. Koraidon got the moves. Easy. Good shit, Koraidon. You're the best. That was some of the best sliding I ever seen. I was like seeing Grusha in his prime again. Thanks. You obviously passed the gym test with flying colors. And go let the receptionist know. Interesting looking monster you have there. I know, right? It's a very interesting one. Looks good too. Can fly. Well, glide more like. I will come back, Nadix. A great show on your slopes. You finished the snow slope run, no problem. And you know what that means. You've cleared the gym test. Way to go. You've now earned the right to challenge the gym leader. Best of luck. They want to face the Sub-Zero Shredder himself, gym leader Grusha. I mean, if I were to use Limzerd, I win, right? Ice is afraid of fire? Sure. Very well, allow me to show you to the battle court. Is it where me and Nemona fights? Yeah, he ice. I mean, Sub-Zero, I know from the word Sub-Zero, I'm pretty sure. Also, this place is all ice. Hey! Looking cute. Oh? Why am I so surprised? There you are. I'm freezing. I take it you're the challenger? Oh, have I ever mentioned that this game's gym's music is so good? Like, I don't know when they changed the vibe, but this Pokemon to me is very, very lighthearted, and I love it. My name's Grusha. I'm a snowboarder. Used to be pro actually. Now I'm a gym leader. I saw you on the slopes. Your skills, yeah, they were pretty cool. But don't let that go to your head. Winter mountains are dangerous. They can throw you off. They can throw your life right off course. Easy as that. The same thing with Pokemon battles, really. It's always the most dangerous when you are just starting to get the hang of things. Today's not a great day to face me, you know. You're better off giving up. You sure you want to battle me? You bet. See, you trying to act cool, huh? That's too bad. Well, this is my job now, so don't take what I'm about to do personally. Nah, don't worry about it. Get ready to feel the icy bite of reality. Grusha! So funky. Don't say I didn't warn you. Not my fault if you get overwhelmed. Nah, don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm sure anyway. /who? Oh, what type? Oh, you're bug type. Okay, okay. Oh my fuck. Okay, okay, okay. I mean, okay, it's 4 times damage. It's 4 times. All good, all good. All good. Don't worry about it. Bear tick? Sure. Hit me up, man. Oh, the music is so funky. I love it. Let's go, Limzard. You the best. Is Seti done? You know what? I want to listen to the music, so let's switch Pokemon to some. You know what? No, I don't want to let Dragapult die. Knife Dirk? If I fight with Limzard, I'm sure the battle is gonna be over in like 1 second. Alright, go! Knife Dirk! Setitan! Oh, that's you, okay. You look pissed. Breaking Swipe! You're not going to Terrorized? Huh. Oh yeah, you have more. Oh! Nah, I don't want to use Outrage. Not yet, anyway. Hi, King John. It's a good thing you have coverage because you know your dragons like kind of get the cold shoulder and then die. True. They don't like ice. They don't like dragons as well. But I like dragons. Imagine if I go against a fairy type, I'm dead. Altaria? Altaria? Sure. What are you going to do against fairies? I don't know. Probably die. They will become ice type, that's the thing. And Altaria is all about SP attack, right? I'm pretty sure Outrage is not gonna kill it. Unless they do. I hope not. Outrage! I'm pissed! I bet also like mountains in winter. The situation can change in a heartbeat. Alright, cool, right, sure. He cool. Demi Deviant, hi! Altaria is beautiful. Kill! Oh, good. Oh, goodbye, world! Dude, the music is so good! I'm a koboldologist on a kobold collecting mission. Do you consent to be added to the Twitch koboldology master list? So are you saying that there's like multiple kobolds out there in the list as well? What do I get in return? Is there a Nuzlocke? Because that might be dead. Nuzlocke? I don't think this is as base Pokemon Scarlet as it gets. Do I get shiny gems in return, Demi Deviant? Get him! Oh, I forgot I can terrestrize. Yeah! Toxic? Toxic? If I change Toxic with Poison Fang, that would be great, isn't it? Thank God, because in the Nuzlocke you will have lost a Pokemon forever. Then I'll never do a Nuzlocke then. Why would I want to lose a Dragon Pokemon forever? We're on a mission to take a census of the Twitch Kobold population. I see. You get one extra shine. Yes. I'll go into the Twitch Koboldology Master List. Ooh. That one's a shiny one. You met her straight to my eyes. Hi, Ixen. That's a good question. I have no idea who would ever want to do a Nuzlocke. It's painful. I don't want to lose my Pokemon. I love them. You have been cataloged and added to the Kobold census. Thank you for cooperation. Thank you for shiny. Oh, jokes aside though. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. That burning passion you have. You strive for the future, no matter what challenges you face. Just like how it used to be. Now you... Oh, never mind. I should give you a gym badge. You want a photo together to commemorate your win? Come on, that's so uncool. I don't usually do that sort of thing, but... Okay, fine. Special occasion. Tsundere? Aww. That's nice. What's the point in learning about a sentient dragon? What's not the point in learning about a sentient dragon? With 7 gym badges, you should be able to catch Pokemon of up to level 55 more easily. They'll actually listen to you too, which is nice. Oh, and before I forget, you should take this too. Blizzard? Or is it something else? Ice Spinner? Oh! It did ice towards round, slamming to the target. Spinning motion also destroys the terrain. Oh, that's nice. Can I use it? Can I give it for Tija? Should be a lot more useful than some silly photo of you and me. I may return for follow-up questions. We are getting a very thorough census for when I publish my findings. No personal identifiable data will be used, of course. Very professional. I appreciate that. That does sound very professional to a kobold. Kobold happy. Feel free to stop by again if you don't mind the code, that is. Because it follows the same rules that device normally does an evolution. Like, yes, I know as humans we are the only people who have grown enough intelligence to be able to literally get where we are today. But how can you pick things up with claws? I don't know, dragon cool. Hey, Rika here at your service. And these jeeps aren't giving you much trouble, are they? Rika! Huh? Alright, you two haven't met, have you? This young man is Droxen. Young man, I forgot. I forgot my character's actually male. Oh god. Queer. He's so good with Pokemon, even La Primera's taking an interest in him. Oh wow. But I think the Pokemon Team Poppy are really strong too. You're like, 樱桃小丸子, what do you call that? I don't know what 樱桃小丸子 is. Like, really strong. Which one of you is stronger, do you think? Well, I'm one of the Elite Four, so I'm more amazing. Are you? Holy shit. No, aren't you just adorable? I know it's hard to believe, but this tiny little one is indeed one of the Elite Four. Yeah, I am. I wanted to show you my Pokemon soon, mister. So hurry up and come to the Pokemon League. It's where the pinnacle. It's where the pinnacle of Pokemon battling happens. See you there. Cool. Oh, you keep the good work. You heard the kid. She's waiting for you. Don't leave your pal Rika behind. You're not gonna be in the mountain again. I mean, you're a dragon. You literally have a weakness to ice. Well, not if I'm getting a direct attack from ice. I do like the cold. I have something here that's a book to read. Power levels up to a certain point, don't joke around. It's literally called CP. Do you mind if I see how powerful you are via CP? Sorry, you lost me at... You lost me at power level up to a certain point, don't joke around. Look, you have to excuse me, English is not my strong suit. How are you gonna check my CP? I'm able to rate how powerful life form is depending on the number of their power level, which is the CP number. Oh, is it like the one and only, it's over 9,000? That one? I mean, that sounds interesting. Exactly the same one, Vegeta Brook. A Vegeta. Oh, actually, what's the time now? God, I forgot. I remember the session tonight. What the fuck is almost 4? I'm gonna cry. God, I can only play for a little bit more. Fuck. Okay, where did I go? There should be one more gym, right? What's that? Oh, this is the weird ass dragon type that I found. Which I accidentally killed because I didn't know it's a dragon type. Guess I kinda need to go find it, huh? Hi. Would you like an ice dirk? Is it the one that I just found? I mean, you didn't... the one that I saw on the map. Dragon Tamer? Well, I'll beat you up. You're not the Dragon Tamer, I am, and I'm a kobold. I'm a certified Dragon Tamer. Get out. Nuh-uh. Get out. Interesting, your CP seems to be in the thousands. Wow. Sorta? Huh. Oh, I just want to look at Capchu. Capchu, Capchu! Hi, hi. Small bird. Small bird. I like small bird. It looks so soft. Certified Dragon Tamer? Who's that dragon you tamed, eh? Someone by the name of... please don't hate me. But Baruki? 8400? I'm so stonk. Nah, actually I'm being tamed by Baruki. Oh, who are you? Do you chase me down? Oh, you do. Oh shit. Hi. Frostlass? Okay, let's try the quick ball. If the quick ball misses, then I'm dead. Because it's ice type. Go! Capture! Nice! That's why I love quick ball. Burn. That's not high on the scale. I've done other scans before that I've actually broke the device. So the highest scales I was able to get was in the... I don't know how many zeros that is. Cool. I mean, it's high in my book. And there is Frigi bags. Have you tried to find Frigi bags? See? It shows on the map. Frigi bags. It's like here. Frigi bags. Frigi bags. Dog. What if it's here? Who are you? Crabominable? Crabominable? Okay. Quick ball. Please work, I don't want to die. Let's go, quick ball. Link trade Ice Dark for anything. No. It's okay. It's okay, Retro. I'm okay with 3P for now. Because I wanted to trade 3P really badly just because 3P is like Violet exclusive and I only have Pokemon Scarlet. That's why. Like each Switch game is like 209 ringgit, which is insane. Dude, 209 ringgit, that's like how much? 20 balls of Luckstar and more. Like that's so much money. Like for one Switch game? Gosh. Sorry. No, allergies. Oh, my controller just lost control. Thanks. My controller just lost control. Why though? Can you like... Alright, you guys are witnessing some... Sure! Oh, the 10 sights of Paldea. Well, there's no sights to see because... I mean, I still see something, I guess. Oh, is that Lavencia? Ooh. Oh, sorry guys, give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just have to take care of something real quick. Do I have you already? I don't remember. Oh, I don't have you. Okay. Quick ball. Well, I would love to give you Ice Dirk. Oh, that was a crit. It's fine, Retro. I appreciate the sentiment. Got him. Oh, I'm curious though. Like, if you guys want to, like, if some of you are trying to finish the Pokédex or something, right? How do you even do it? Because how do you even get 3 different starter type, the starter Pokemons? I thought there are no way to be found around Paldea. That's the Ghost Gym, right? Do they chase me down? Oh, they do, okay. Arctibax? Okay, so I assume it's a evolution of Frigibax. I mean, the name is like, both have backs on them. Okay, although I do have one gym left. Is it this one? Oh, it's a star badge. Oh wait, I think I know where it is. It's a place that I have not been to here. I guess I'll just like try to rush it down with the gym stuff, yeah? Maybe Frigibax is in cave areas? Storm. This thing is so cute though. It's just a little thing. I don't know what it is. Oh my god, look at it. It feels really good. Also, I cannot glide for too long. If I glide for too long, it just like goes down more and more. That makes sense. L? Oh. Have I caught you before? No, wow. I thought I caught you before. Quick ball. Quick ball is so nice. They ride on the back of an Avalugg to cross seas and move to new habitats. Let's have you on top. Hi. Aren't you from one of the creepypasta? I know this because I played Hypnos Lullaby in Friday Night Funkin' Hypnos Lullaby. It was one really good mod. Okay, I caught it already. Lord Schnum. Oh, Larvitar is a fighting type? Oh. Baxcalibur? You mean Frigibax has 3 different evolutions? I also kind of wanted to play a little bit of Tetris 99, honestly. I'll cheer. Oh, they're so strong. Dragon darts, let's go. Shoot them. What? I'm gonna cry. Do it again. Shoot the baby. I'll catch it. Spin. Dude, this is so cool though. Holy shit. I love the Terra rate capture. There's a lot of shiny, nice. Now without for your max caliber retro, it's fine. I'm done with trading for now. After eating enough dirt, I never read that. Larvitar eating dirt? Oh, mean. Okay, I just have to keep walking this way. Is it far? Oh, it is quite far. You know what? No. I am teleporting there. Cortondo. Nice too. Okay. I mean, at least now we can climb mountains. Ooh, it's a bubble. Are you gonna chase me? Oh, your water is so fast. Oh god, the baseline, dude. Astonish? Do you like Astonish? Oh, Astonish can flinch them? I mean, Astonish is pretty much just Peekaboo at this point. It's just Peekaboo. Oh, it's a Dunsparce! Oh yeah, have I ever told you guys that I thought Dunsparce is way smaller than this? Don't go, don't go. No! Yeah, Dunsparce is big. Because in Gen 2, in Pokemon Crystal, when I first saw Dunsparce, it's like, oh, that's Dunsparce, that's small. And then I was entirely wrong, because Dunsparce is quite big, I would say. Climbing mountains. Oh. Oh, Egu! Egu! Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god! It's Bebe! It's Bebe Knife-Dirk! Oh my god! No. I already have a knife Dirk. It's level 1! Oh my god, it's Pepe! Oh, it's a luxury ball. Huh. Scratch Leer, Dragon Pulse, Aqua Tail? How the fuck? You're a baby, how do you even know Aqua Tail? This Pokemon is pretty serious by nature. When it hatched in an egg, received the egg in April 8th from a picnic. When I was in Area 6 of South Province. It's mischievous? It's the same as... Oh my god, it's the same as your mother. Your mother is mischievous as well. Assign a ribbon or mark? A mark for a package Pokemon? Knife Dirk the package? What does package even mean? It's baby king lifted no African iceberg. Yeah, subtitles are great. Hi Turquoise. Welcome, welcome. Oh gosh, as much as I want this baby to be with me, I do want my Chichak back though. Hi Tiger Paladin. Package goes hungry. Oh, okay. It's probably learned Aqua Tail from all its parents. Some moves can be passed on for the kids. Do knife their cat?
Hello and welcome.
Turquoise, thank you. Appreciate. Thank you, thank you. Maybe it's from the past move. Probably. Eh? I don't know. It's fine though. Aqua Tail is cool. But I do need my Chichak back. Alright, there it is. Chichak's back on the team. I'm still trying to go to the last gym here. Before my badminton session. Oh, that's a nice camera angle. Not gonna complain. Oh, there it is. Is this how am I supposed to go to this town? No, right? Where's the usual route? Where's the normal route? Okay, there's a road here. Oh, there's no usual route. Or maybe there is. Oh, from here? Okay, from here and then go there. Oh, sorry. I should try and run... Hi, there's a lot... I should try running around the route first. Before going to the Pokemon. Going to the town. Hi? Why do you keep looking at me like that? Oh, I forgot to... Hi! Can they even hurt me? I'm normal type. Oh, I'm ghost type, sorry.
Hello. Nice to be here and I hope you're doing well. I love the Gumi crown on your head.
The Gumi crown? I mean, it is close to being a Gumi, right? It's actually my second character. But thank you. I'm doing well. I hope you are doing well as well. Shoot him! Shoot the baby! Nice, the baby is so strong. Maybe I should bring around Chichak for a little bit. Wait, Chichak is still higher level than Knife Dirk? Can I change the name of Dragholt? No, right? I think traded Pokemon cannot be changed name because like I need to respect the trader's naming. I'm gonna try running along this route first. Dog. Dog. This is like the true furry bait. Oh, or maybe not actually. At least not the morning form, but the... Oh, I never saw them fly like that. But the dusk form is more of a bait. Yeah, I never saw them flying like that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. No, I'm not killing. Oh, hi. Oh my god, I love them. They're just beans. They're just beans. Look at them. I love how Altara is just like peasant. Pathetic. The angle is just pathetic. Do not talk to me and my son ever again. You could name the trader Pokemon only once. Oh, how do I do that? Where can I change the name of a Pokemon then? Hi Roxas. Have you seen Rival 832? Yes. Not too long ago, in fact. Someone told me on stream, it's like, hey, have you seen Rivals 832? It's like, what the fuck? Because I saw the fleet announcement trailer. That's how I know about Rivals of 832. Oh, have I caught you? I don't think I have this one. I have the other one, but not this one, I think. Oh, that looks hot. Oh, I love. I don't know if I got this form already. I honestly have no idea. I'm gonna capture anyway. Oh, there's a crit. Nice! Punk Pokemon? Still want Batdirk because I can do this. Batdirk's like way faster than me. Or even like Jijak works as well. Jijak works with Koraidon. But I cannot dash. Pokemon. Chansey? I never caught you before. Quick ball. Can't stay long today, it's super late here. It's okay, Turquoise. I appreciate you stopping by. Go rest. Important. Chicha HP is full. Wait, you can heal me? I cannot attack you then. I feel bad. Can I just capture you with Luxury Ball instead? Luxury Ball OP? Luxury Ball is actually OP? Alright, I mean, I'll take it. Have good race, Turquoise. Dude,
Emotional damage!
I'm not scared. Why is there no song here? Why is it dead silence? What if I stumbled upon? What is that? What am I looking at? Hi. Why do you look so soft? What are you? Oh wait, that's your eyes? Oh, that's earphones on the outside? Oh my god, that's actually kinda adorable. Oh. Chicha, don't sleep. Wake up, Chicha. Chicha. Chicha, why are you sleeping here? Oh my god. Hey, man. Oh, the baseline's so good.
You can rename a traded Pokemon, but only once.
Yeah, I read, but I don't know how to rename a Pokemon or who to find. Giga Impacto. A 4-star? Is that Sliggoo? Is that Dark type? What is Dark type weak against? Ghost? Dark is weak against Ghost, or is... No, Psychic is weak against Dark... Fuck, I don't remember. Like, these three is always so hard for me to remember. It's a 4-star. God, I'm probably gonna die a lot. I don't like how it's dead silence here. I'm just bringing Dragapult and just like Dragon Darts the shit out of him. Go to summary first page and click X. Oh. Three dragon types? Bane Cena? Wow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Dragon Darts. This is the first 4-star raid that I'm doing right now. I'm a little bit scared. Oh shit. Hey. I mean, I don't want to heal. It's fine. I'm gonna die. It's too big. I cannot see anything. Hey! Terror Slice your Pokemon to stop Sliggoo. Now fight the stat changes and abilities affecting your side. Oh shit. That's a lot of things going on. Sliggoo can do so many things. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're doing good, Baincina. Also, sorry if I did butcher your name. It's on the house. I'm sorry. I cannot terrestrize. After one more attack? Well, thanks, game. Whew. Right, now it should be good. Get him! Get him! Oh. Oh, okay, okay. My Switch is like dying. Hello? It's raining and everything. There goes the camera angle. All good, all good. Oh! Let's go, we did it. I mean, I already have a Gudra. I'm just gonna capture this for funsies. Here, have a luxury ball. Why? I don't know. God, the music is so good. Oh. Ugh, stinky. Whoa, I got 3 nuggets? They're mine. The shinies are mine. Oh my god. Something must be here. Ooh. Like, why is it dead silence? Oh, change nickname. There it is.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. What Dirk? What Dirk would this be? Dead? Dead? No. What? Who's dead? I mean, Dragapult has 2 kids, right? Dragapult is basically like a Kangaskhan, but dragon. Dead Dirk? No, they're not dead. The Dirk is a ghost, so it is dead. Is it? It's just a ghost type. It's not necessarily dead.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. No, it's not dead. I don't want Dragapult to be dead. Oh my god.
Emotional damage!
I thought I already nerfed the emotional damage. It's still so loud. How about we call this Mama Durg? Mama Durg. It's a female too, so hell yeah. Mama Durg. When they changed that, I remember it wasn't always the case. Still new. I'm still quite new to this game, so honestly I have no idea. What's going on with this place? Why is it that silent? Why is there no music here? It's giving me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like it. Maybe I should jump into the pool. The lake. Here we go. I love this. They're just on the floating thing. Dragon Ball is the ghost test of Dead Dirk. I don't want that to be the whoa. Going down? Oh, there it is. The music's back. Hey! Oh god! Grab on. Who is this? Oh, that's Yungu's, I think. Okay. Whoa, cheesecake! Are you not? Are you still not sleeping yet? I saw you still streaming when I woke up. Go sleep! You've been streaming for at least 36 hours. Oh my god. Also, hi. Hope you're doing good. Oh, soft cotton. Soft cotton. Cotton burb. Oh, have I ever called a Hypno before? I don't think so. It's mine. Forewarn. Alright, let's go quick ball. Oh, god damn it. That's a little painful. I only streamed for a total of 32 hours and 30 minutes. Good gods, man. I'm fine. I'm sure you are. Go sleep. Important. 32 hours. The most I do is like 18 hours and I already feel like dying. Shall I check my ice, Dirk? No. There it is. Anything around here? That's Minecraft, and Minecraft stuck in the wall. How the fuck is that? Is that like a secret entrance? A secret entrance? It's like a secret entrance. What? Whoa! Hey, man. Okay, now I sleep. Good. I'm glad. I go sleep. Important. Why you bully me? I'm not bullying anyone. I said I'm okay with tradings for now. Is that a teacup? You seem familiar? I think someone raided me to your channel a while ago. I didn't follow. Ooh. It does happen. I get that. But I appreciate the follow now. Thank you. Because I usually lurk a lot on channels, I'm not really the chatty type. Dragon Rush? Oh my god. Yes. Take us a card while exhibiting overwhelming menace. This may also make the target flinch. I win? I don't need rapid spin though, because the Terra type for Chichak is normal type. What do you want to change? Shift gear? But shift gear is so good though, Chicha. Can you not change that? Hey. Maybe I should change Breaking Swipe or Dragon Claw, because Breaking Swipe is to lower the attack. Dragon Claw is attacking. Oh, accuracy of 75 though. Oh, that's a bit scary, but power 100. I need shifting gear, it's too good. I cannot decide. Fine. Oh, one more time? Okay, maybe not. Okay. Take my Ice Dirk. Retro, please. I said no, alright. Get a quick ball. I'm pretty sure I never caught this one. I'm pretty sure I never catch this one before. Oh, wow. Do I want to do rapid spin? I'll do it. Oh, nice. Oh, even more nice. That ball is kind of rare. Do you want Hue Ball? A ball that I never used before. There you go. Yeah. That's not bullying, Retro. The thing you're doing could be bullying to me, alright? Dude, this butterfly is so hard to get. Maybe I should use netball. Yeah, I should use netball. I'm already confused. Oh, is it netball or nestball? I think it's nestball. Oh, it is netball. Or some different Pokemon that becomes more effective the lower the level of the wild Pokemon? Maybe. I mean, I'm bigger than Vivillon. Oh, okay. I don't need an Ice Dirk. Well, you can just... I mean, I don't need a lot of Pokemons, but they're in my boxes. It's fine. There's no need to force me to trade with you. Oh, my controller is losing control. I think I got a faulty controller. A Kobo bigger than something sounds sus? Huh? I could be bigger than something, Narix. I may be small. I can be big. I can be bigger than something. Are you guys bullying the Slowpoke? Oh, okay, good. You guys are admiring. Me too. I'm a Slowpoke admirer as well. Look at this little shit. Oh my god. How many Slowpokes picture I have? I don't know. Cyclizar. I love them. Look at them, they have all like custom fits. We got blue, we got yellow. I wish I can do that to Koraidon as well. Like let Koraidon have a bit of a customization as well. Having Cyclizar? Imagine having Cyclizar but not Koraidon. Substitute? Oh, I should probably go picnic. It's been a while. Yeah, I should probably go picnic with my Pokemons. Seven trainers? Oh god. Oh, is this how I'm supposed to get here? Behold these mooselays. I built out these mooselays by many trips to the gym. My brilliant brawn will surely lead me to victory. Sure. I respect that. I have no mooselays. I'm not buff at all. Uh-oh. Why? Why is it steel type? Hopefully it will flinch, but then accuracy is like 75. Flinch? Oh no. God. No, I'm changing. God damn it, not Swagger. I hate this move. No, Swagger hurts. Nuh-uh, I'm changing. Hey, Limzard, come in here. I wonder how does corrosion work? Because Limzard has corrosion, which means that corrosion means that I can poison the target even if it's a steel or poison type. So like, can I just toxic? Oh! Oh, that is good. Hey man, I'm poison type. Burn them! Toxic and Venoshock is gonna be such a combo. My massive musculature misled me. Wow. Is there a key? You're just a key. You're just a set of keys. It's almost like I'm playing Kingdom Hearts with multiple different weapons to choose. My favorite battle theme? It's so good. Level 40. I just love the baseline, it's really good. Once it absorbs a key metal ions, it discards the key without a second thought. However, it will hang on to keys it favors for decades. Wow. I should probably bring like Knife Dirk, since Knife Dirk is the capturing Pokemon connoisseur with the false swipe. Hi. Oh, you're Poti, guys. I don't need that. Out for another cavern. Hi. I'll tell you why I'm so worried about the weather. Uh-huh. Still love the buff woman representation. It's great. A sandstorm? Oh, you know what? I want to play with this. Ooh. Crunch. Crunch. Mmm, delicious meat. That hurts a little bit. Crunch. Nice. Micron Rock? No need to change. Huh? Why do you hate ground move? What type are you? Good night and no ice duck for you. I appreciate that. Have good sleep. Sandstones are weather too, you know. I swear they are. They kinda are, right? I mean, at least in Pokemon universe. There's gonna be so much rare Pokemon here. I can feel it. I mean, I did get Gabite in a cave. Oh, I can see a lot of Salandit here as well. Look at that. Salandit. They're so cute. Ah, their face is so dumb. I love them. Oh my god, they're so adorable. Look at that! Oh my god! Salandits. Oh god, I love them. Overheat? Harshly lowers the user's SP attack. Ooh. I guess I need Clear Amulet for that move then. If I use Clear Amulet, I can be immune to like stats lowering. Then Overheat would be really strong. It's moist critical. I swore to myself that I'll make my way to town without riding on my Pokemon. Wow. That's strong. Outrage. Yeah. Oh, it's a critical hit? That's sad. God, Hexorus is so cool. And I'm about to give up. Oh god. God, that's so adorable. I'm just gonna roam around here a little bit before I go to the gym. Did I see you riding on the Pokemon? Yeah. I didn't know there was a Pokemon that could climb this steep slope with a rider. Another Dragon Tamer? God, I need to destroy them. Oh hey! Oh, now I can go on a hunt for bacon. Kill! That's right. Sligoo? I guess bacon will be in will be in caves, right? Nice. Confused? Oh, do I get 3 turns? Yeah. So I guess outrage is now just 2 turns. Oh, you have Hexorus? I'll destroy you. How could you? Go, Mama Durg! How dare you have Hexorus? I'll destroy you! That's right. That's a huge mouth. I thought I trained pretty hard. Sure. Oh, that's a Gabite. Oh my god, Gabite with a bunch of baby? Did they chase me down? Oh, they do. Oh shit. Look at them. Oh. They're just shrimps. They're just shrimps. Hi. They're like shrimp ball. This game is too adorable. Oh, hi. I don't know if I caught you before. Oh yeah, I can use Outrage. It's a ghost type? Okay. Oh god. Oh, I captured it already. Okay. Then there's no need to capture this guy anymore. God damn it. Hi, Tinte. Feeling any jet lag? Slept at 9 p.m. last night? Dude. So early. Was feeling sleepy at 6 p.m. Feeling much better today. Yeah, it is jet lag doing its wonders. I was running after a Pokemon and now I'm completely lost. Oh god. Kill! Kill! Sorry, kid. I need to get your money. Kill! Oh! Oh, it's a steel type. Should have guessed. And this is not counter. Oh! Oh my god, that's so painful. I believe in you, Knife Dirk. Get him. Oh, nice. There it is. This gets the SP defense. Special defense. Thanks for the money, kid. Dude, this kid's loaded. 1700? 1700 from a kid? I mean, I should feel bad, honestly. That is probably their hard-earned money and they're just like, nope, it's mine now. Too bad. But then again, my shiny is my shiny. Your shiny is mine as well, so. This is so much fun. Uh-oh. I'm going to ruin your fun. Treasure hunting is so much fun, and it'll be even more fun when I beat you. See? It's a crocodile. Sorry, man. I have to kill you. Lurantis? Mantis? Oh, that looks good. No, actually, that looks really adorable. Wait, what? Are you fairy type? No, okay. I thought that's fairy type. Losing isn't fun? Yeah, true. I should get back to the town and do the gym thing. Pokemon types are so complicated, don't you think? They are. But that also means that you're not spending enough time in Pokemon. Shame. Shame. Oh, you can just be like me, brute force everything. Just get some dragon types in you. Get some dragon types and beat the shit out of everything. Dragon type. That's stunk. Gardevoir? I never liked Gardevoir. Oh fuck! It's a fairy type. Oh god. Hey, it's a fairy type. Help! Go lizard! Nuh-uh. Oh, fairy type is afraid of. Oh, fairy type is afraid of poison. Okay. To keep that in mind. Bye. Nice, good job, lizard. No, it is actually quite complicated for me. I mean, since fairy type is like the first time I touched fairy type in this game, because I never played XY before, and I know XY introduce fairy type, and that's why I'm like, oh, I know fairy type is to go against dragon type. So it's like, yeah, because dragon type has always been quite strong in the previous games, at least before XY. Dragon types are really fucking strong. Like, I cannot deny that. They are stupid strong. So they introduced fairy type, and then it's like, oh, you play a dragon team? Well, too bad. Here's a fairy type for you. It's like, yeah, you know what? That's fair. We deserve it. Someone like me who plays dragon type all day long, yeah, I deserve this shit. Like, dragon type is just the raw stats of dragon type is already like super strong. And then you have like the dragon type move is usually really strong or like normal against most types. Because steel is not very effective. And the only type that go against dragon type back then is dragon type. So yeah, I think the rest other than steel type is just not very effective. Yeah, it was a big pain trying to go against dragon type back then. I get that. Oh, you're pure defense, I forgot. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my fuck, I forgot you always do counter. Okay. Yeah, cool. No, I'm bringing Mama Dirk in. You deserve this. You like counter? You little shit. Try counter ghost type, little shit. I'm reviving. That's right. Counter is normal type, right? Dragon Darts is physical. Oh, there it is. Oh, Dragon Darts is physical? I didn't know that. Counter this. Nice. Yeah, I should probably get out of here. I do need to check the time because I have badminton session tonight. It's like, oh, it's a light bulb that I didn't catch before. Quick ball. If this doesn't work, I'll have to spam dusk ball then. Yep, alright. Oh wait, I have full swipe. You are not ghost type, aren't you? Oh, you're steel. God damn it, you're steel. What? Are you steel? Come on, dusk ball, please. Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm just gonna spam dusk ball. It's my only hope. Nice. Or Pokemon? Oh, you have rock and poison? Oh, that I did not expect that. It absorbs nutrient from cave walls. The petals it wears are made of crystallized poison. Oh, wow. I actually got debated. I thought it's like steel type. But then it's like, if it's steel type, dragon attack is like normal. So I got confused a little bit. Oh, whoa, Pupitar. Medicham? Okay, I fought you before. Then here's the way out then. Ah, there it is. Damage the user quite a lot and may leave the target with a burn. Also damage the user quite a lot and may leave the target with a burn. That's kind of scary, isn't it? I assume it burns it burns the one that is being attacked, but the recoil damage is high. I assume that's what the move means. I should probably go for gym, right? Oh, we could have sandwich. Let's get it. Hey, I want food. Oh, nice. Every which way, huh? Humongo power. Any dragon power? Oh, catching power dragon? EXP point power dragon? Oh, that's good, right? Eat this. I'm eating an avocado sandwich. It's mine now. Yummy. This is still so sad to me. I mean, I get what they're trying to go for. You could at least animate them holding a sandwich. Yeah, this is like the worst. The worst thing in the game, I would say. It's seriously so sad looking. Like Like, they could at least just let every Pokemon hold a sandwich. But no, they're holding air and biting into air. That's great, isn't it? Gosh. Let me check the time. 5:02. Oh god, I may have to stop soon. After this gym then? Yeah. Alright, let's do it quick. Because I do have a badminton session around 8 and I do need to eat. I do need to eat earlier so that I don't vomit in the in the court. I'm not saying that this happened before, it didn't. Hi. I'm Droxen. It's finally time for your last gym, right? I heard from Rika. But I'm 0% worried about you. I know you got this. Even La Primera seems like she wants to keep an eye on you. Maybe I'll go find her so we can cheer you on together when you battle the gym leader. So go have a battle that's fruitful for you and for the crowd. Alright, thanks Nemona. I like Nemona. In terms of rivalry, Nemona is like the best one. To me anyway. What are these guys doing? Are they having a conversation? Alright. Well, have fun. Alfornada Gym. I want to challenge Gym. Gym leader Tulip, you need to pass the gym test. That means working up a sweat with a special kind of exercise? Oh no. I'm talking about the emotional spectrum practice created by Tulip herself, of course. Complete it and you pass the test. The woman wearing the black tracksuit in the practice area will explain the rules to you. Just turn left after leaving the gym and you'll find a practice area right next door. Alright, I'll have fun. See, this is what I mean. The game is now way more lighthearted and I love it. Music and everything, it's very lighthearted. A truly stress-free game. Give me a second. Crap. Oh, I'm not doing that. Okay, I'm back. In the tracksuit? This one, right? Hi. Whoa, look at you. Oh, so welcome, new kid. This is where we do emotional spectrum practice. Why is your battle studies teacher here and at Pokemon Gym working as an instructor, you ask? Well, I've been friends with the gym leader here at Tulip since we were kids. We decided to have a Pokemon battle with a special rule. The loser has to do what the winner says. So we battled and, well... Look, never mind what happened. Point is, this is a chance to both get a workout in and help my friend when I don't have classes. The rules of Emotional Spectrum Practice, or ESP for short, are simple. I'll show you a certain movement and all you have to do is copy it. Ready to get this gym test started? I hope your body and mind are ready for the challenge. Yeah! I'm good. Let's get to exercising. Show me an eruption of emotions. Oh my god, Hi, leader. Hey, yo. I see you're playing with lawsuit. Lawsuit? What do you mean lawsuit? Let's go, Hexorus. It's so laggy. Oh my god, it's so fucking laggy. Give me a X. It's so laggy. Look at Hexorus. Do I be faster than them? Head to toe surprise? Am I doing it? Hexorus number 1. Nice. I guess that did it. Monster Beverages lawyers be rubbing their hands watching the stream. Monster Beverages? Oh, the newest lawsuit, isn't it? But aren't they only targeted at Monster Hunter and one other thing? It's not Pokemon, is it? Is it Pokemon? Yeah, it's so stupid. That lawsuit is honestly stupid. Pokemon and Monster Hunter? Oh shit. How the fuck? And Dark Deception? Well, good luck on that one, I guess. Whatever games with monster in it? Oh, that monster's dead. Even worse, like Beast. Goes so hard? Well, I don't know how they're gonna survive the lawsuit if they lose this one, which they will. That was awesome. I cannot stop grinning after witnessing such perfect power expression. That's enough of a warm-up. Now let's really put those muscles to work with a Pokemon bat. Okay, wow, alright. This is a workout? Okay. I'm fighting a kid now. Okay, I'm fighting a kid now. Okay. Muscle band? Yeah. That's right. I'm pissed! What? Bye-bye. The argument is that the game confuses the customers? Yeah. Imagine someone going to a convenience store wanting to buy a monster drink and end up buying a Steam game instead. Like, how the fuck does it even work? It's such a bad argument. They didn't even try to make an argument at that point. Oh fuck, they're fairy type, I forgot. I forgot Curlia is fairy type. I need to... Oh shit, oh fuck. Let's go, Limzord. Now I'm waiting for them to sue Disney for Monster Incorporated as well. Yeah. Like, anything with Monster and Beast in them? Good luck. That's all I say about it. Woohoo! Okay, that's bad. Vinoshoku. Bye-bye. That's so sad though. What drives them to do this stupid shit? It's not even beneficial. I moved by how well you moved? You're crying. I can hear your Pokemon and your muscles screaming with delight. I see you're getting tired, but you're gonna hang in there and tend to start the second half, alright? Oh shit. Why it's so laggy? At least I get to look at Hexorus. Hexorus is forever angry. I pressed wrong button. Cool beans. There we go. Okay, stop doing this. I just want to fight the gym. I mean, I guess it's not supposed to take this long just because it's so laggy. I think it's because they did it to Ubisoft and Ubisoft folded previously. Oh, so they thought they can do it to every company? Well, shoot for the skies, I guess. It's time for another battle? Okay. Grow strong and build muscles. Eat meat. Do it to every company. I mean, Ubisoft is not small though. I'm surprised that Ubisoft actually folded back then. Medicham? Okay, that's not fairy type. US already has a lot of losses to start with. Oh, that's why. Okay lah. Then, oh, that makes sense, no? What if I receive a cease and desist letter over Sun? I'm scared. Is it safe to play this game now? I don't know. Go better! What if I like suddenly Monster just like send a letter to my house? It's like, hey you fuck play Monster? Huh? You play Monster, stupid? Who is this?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, that's right, you're psychic type. Sue them back for emotional damage? Yeah. But what should I sue them back for? Invasion of privacy? Because they don't know my address. Why are we talking about lawsuits? Sue them for stupidity? Oh shit. Yes, I know, right? Good job, you made it all the way through the ESP exercise. You passed the test, no doubt about it. Congrats. But you're not done yet. Sprint over to the lobby staffer on the double. You have to report your passing grade to formally finish the gym test. No, I already passed. You lie. Go beyond American. Go for the shit. Shoot for the skies. I don't want to shoot for the skies like them. You know, if you want to shoot for the skies, at least have some plan. Shoot for the space? Okay, well, now you're just being overambitious, huh? The Milky Way? Fuck. I passed the gym test, yay! Challenge the gym leader, Tulip, yes! I will destroy. Oh, the sun is shining directly at my face. Oh. I suppose you're right. Okay, I'll get things moving here on my end. Wow, busy, huh? Naturally beautiful? Wow. New eyeshadow color? Look at her, my god. Hi. I'm Tulip, the gym leader. I must tell you that being a makeup artist is my main line of work. Dendra had nothing but praise for you. She said you totally slayed on there. I must say you're a cute challenger. Wow! You're cute. I'm sure my ESP exercise made you all the more beautiful. Does it make me happy? Kinda. You keep your Pokemon beautiful and clean as well. I see you have quite the aesthetic sense. Appearance is equally important for both people and Pokemon. That's why I need more dragon Pokemons. Give it to me! Makeup is like magic. Anyone can use it to change their appearance. Make my Pokemon beautiful. God, God, the music is so funky. You have quite a good base to test my makeup magic on. What? I'm scared? I'll just breaking swipe. Ooh. Oh my god, that's a crit. I hate it. God of War? Oh my god. Nah, I know the deal with God of War. And this God of War is fairy type, so I can just poison them. I can just poison her to death. Ready to get shit on by Limzard? Limzard number 1, get out of here. That is right. Anyway, I shall go test some mods in Submarine Game. Good luck in the stream. Alright, Rita. Good luck on testing mods as well. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, fine. You nut me to death? Alright, okay. You know what? Alright. I'm gonna try bringing Tichak in. It's been a while since I last used Tichak.
Hello.
And
welcome.
KK Pokemon fan? Wow. Oh, it's the bird. Thank you for the follow, Pokemon fan. Maybe? Oh, it's 75%. I'll do it again. Can I look at the animation, please? Oh. I mean, kinda. There's a lot of dragons here. I can sim for them. Just hit. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's actually really strong. Okay. I did not expect it in one shot. Stink. They'll become psychic type, right? Because Florges, last Pokemon. So even my dragon type can win. Terra type into dragon. Terra type to flying dragon. Hey, Mama Dirk. Mama Dirk never won against a gym battle. Let's do it.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. You're just as hard to get rid of as Keaton Mascara. What's a mascara?
Emotional damage.
Oh no, wait, that's bad. I mean, they're gonna change to psychic type, I believe. Psychic type, just bite them first. Mama Dirk's bite is not too painful. Here comes the good music. Oh, they almost died. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Oh, oh my, oh sure. You bitch, I'll kill you. Yeah, get him. That Moon Blast was scary. Holy shit. Well, now you're psychic type. Get him, get him. Shoot the baby! Here! Oh, oh my god. We did it! I wish I could listen more to the music. But I just obviously overleveled my Pokemon because I went to the wrong place. Your strength is the magic that it cannot be washed away. Yeah. Oh, there's so many pigs. So many Lechonks. Them Lechonks. I lost the battle and your beauty rivals even my own? I cannot believe it. Truly amazing, quite splendid. Perhaps I should take you under my wing before you make your big break elsewhere. But I suppose I need to work on myself a little more first before I run off and do such a thing. Lechonk. Lechonk. Strike one of my best posts and give it to you? Wow. That's all the gym. Did it. That's all the gym. With 8 gym badges, you'll be able to catch Pokemon of any level. They'll be good Pokemon and listen to your commands too. If you train hard, you'll be able to use this move in a totally perfect way. Don't go uploading that selfie we just took to social media. Okay. I believe I can fly. Lechonk can fly. Surely Lechonk can fly. I think my makeup has run a little with all the moving and sweating I did during our battle. Well, I didn't get to play Tetris 99 today. Oh, hi. This is the best? Hi, Nemona. I know I said I wasn't worried, but my heart was still pounding the whole time. Most impressive. A shining display of talent, I must admit. Press on the back, you beat every single gym. Which means... Indeed. Now that you've gathered 8 gym badges, all that's left is to take on the Pokemon League. If you hope to stand alongside Nemona as a fellow champion, head to the Pokemon League. That is where you can take on the champion assessment. I don't know where that is. Pineapple on pizza? To me, that's always so good. I don't get why the hate on that one. Get to my rank. I'm itching for a battle of equals. I'm gonna take time while you're facing the Pokemon League to fine-tune my Pokemon's move and revamp all my tactics. Good luck. Wish me luck too. Good luck, Nemona. It's unusual for me to see her so excited, though perhaps not for you. She must really be happy that she finally has a friend who can keep pace with her own talents. There's a special kind of strength that can only be reached by competing with a good rival. And count me among those eager to see how far you two can go. In any case, I'll be waiting for you at the Pokemon League, northwest of Mesagoza. Okay. Why am I side-eyeing them just now? Which one are you playing, Scarlet or Violet? I'm playing Scarlet. Because I just like Koraidon a lot more. Let me check the time real quick. Is it? Yeah, it's 5:30. Oh, I have to go badminton. I want to play more. I didn't even get to play Tetris 99. Oh, hi Lex. Good morning. Yeah, Violet. Cool. The Violet is cool too. It's hard to choose between Miraidon and Koraidon. I just love the Dumb Dragon a lot more, so yeah. Imprison? Gotta do my homework a bit. Hey, good luck with your homework. I used to hate homework so much. But now I feel like homework is like way easier to do than any work. But it's just old me talking. Disregard what I said. I have the pocket-sized monsters been today? Pocket-sized monster has been done quite well. I finished the Path of Legends. And I finished, well, quote-unquote finished Victory Road just now. That was the last gym. And now I need to go to the Pokemon League. And now it's just Starfall Street left. And then I need to go to like the Great Crater of Paldea, Area 0, as said by Sador. Yeah, that's the Pokemon League. Nemona here. I'll do it. I'll do it next time then, because I already need to go prepare for badminton for tonight. I didn't get to play Tetris 99. These are so cute, thank you. I did make them on my own. Yeah, badminton. Badminton is great. I can love badminton so much. Let me just look at this Slowpoke real quick. So pokey, so dopey. You're the best. Slowpoke is the best. Oh my god, look at you. Oh my god. Oh, oh. Oh, how can you not love Slowpoke? It's so dumb. I love him. I love it. I think I don't need to. Oh, I need. Okay. I thought I don't need to heal my Pokemon up. Let me go heal up real quick. Nice. I rarely use Terra Orb just because, you know, when it comes to my limited resources, I always just preserve them. Like, I say this, I preserve them until there's a need to use it. But when, I don't know. So usually I just don't use them in a lot of times. Which is so weird. How do you fly? If you progress through Path of Legends, eventually you unlock more for your Miraidon and or Koraidon. See that Path of Legends? The more you progress, the more ability your Miraidon and or Koraidon can do. I don't know if it works the same as Pokemon Scarlet, Pokemon Violet. It should be the same, more or less. Yeah, it should be the same. It's just the difference between like some version exclusive Pokemon. Like Drippy is not here, and I got lucky because Croco decided to just have a trade with me, which is great. So now I have Drippy, which is a Pokemon Violet exclusive Pokemon. You see, the original trainer is Croco, it's not me. I'll be AFK for a second? Sure, no problem. I mean, I'll be ending stream in a very short while, so I mean, by a very short while, I mean now. But it's fine, it's fine. And Lurk is also good. Okay, let me just... You sure Pokemon didn't just go to really good stylist and say I want to fly? Probably. But you're right though, it looks so good. See, look at that. That is one good looking Koraidon. Okay, let me check how much picture I have. 499? I need one more picture. It's a neat transition. Yeah. It's great. Okay lah. I'll stop here for now. Need to prepare for tonight's badminton session. Well, by prepare, I mean I need to go eat dinner a little bit earlier than usual. So yeah. Also, the sun is shining directly in my face for like almost an hour now. Oh, I feel hot. Trying to plug it back in. And also this. There we go. Sun-baked bold. Oh god. Probably. Okay, let me change the screen real quick. And gonna end begin. There. I'm still surprised that the tracking is still working quite okay-ish. Albeit you see that I'm shaking a lot. Yeah, I'm shaking a hell lot. Because the sun. It's okay. I may just be a kobold that's shaking a lot. It's fine. And no big deal. Okay, let me open up the music real quick. Oh, I love this one. Let's listen to this one. So yeah, whenever I stream Switch games, I will only have like one monitor to work with. It's a little bit weird for me. It's gonna take a while for me to get used to, but it's fine. I'm okay with this. Who to raid? Let me see. Yeah. No. Fuck. Oh, there's a giraffe that's streaming. There's a certain giraffe that's streaming. Oh, it's streaming. He's streaming Resident Evil 4 though. I'm still gonna rate Premium Daddy, but if you want to avoid spoilers for Resident Evil 4, I suggest a lurk. By clicking on his profile icon twice after the raid, you will count as a real viewer, and you can lurk there. Spoil more? Well, if you want to get spoiled, that's fine. I don't want to get spoiled because I do plan to play Resident Evil 4 in the future, so that's why. But it's gonna be a far future because shit is expensive, very expensive. So yeah. All right, let me just plug things real quick. I'm hiding for the sun. I'm getting hot. Hey Bernie, come here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Thanks for stream. Thanks for stopping by, Lex. I really appreciate that. Albeit sorry for me, ending the stream a little bit earlier than usual. Because now I have a badminton session on both Thursday and Monday. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Lex. I forgot to do. Thank you, Lex. Appreciate. Gosh, I keep forgetting to do the socials in Discord. Thank you. And the compatible as well. I'm not reading that. TLDR, Tura good. Yeah. Yeah. Also, there's a few things I want to do. Tomorrow I will not be streaming, but I'll see if I can. I'll ask the boss and see if I can kinda get back home a little bit earlier so that I can do things. I still need to fix a little bit of Barnaby stuff more, just a little bit more. And there's this Yip contest. Well, not a contest, but a Yip community event in my Discord that I'll announce very soon. Yip, Barnaby stuff, and the redeem for turn on the CC. Where the subtitles at? Just gonna record me doing that from very far away. I should probably write it down. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna forget about that because my brain is not too good most of the time. Tira very good. Wow, Lex is also very good. See, I even forget about the Monster Hunter Frontier setup. God. So, yep. Community event. What was it again? Oh yeah, where the subtitles at? Redeem. There's one more that I forgot already. Oh yeah, introduction of 4 characters in About Me section. Oh yeah, and the Barnaby stuff. Barnaby stuff. Alright, wrote them down. This should help me remember a little bit. The sub boxen. What, you want to give sub? You want to sub? Are you sub? Okay, all good. I already plugged everything, so all good. I'm just gonna type the rate to premium daddy real quick. There. Okay, typing the rate. Tomorrow and the day after I will not be streaming lah. Wednesday is always a maybe. Never know. Well, Wednesday is like a yes or no, right? Don't know if I'm going to stream or not, something like that. If I want to, I'll probably do a short stream on Wednesday, like what I did back then. And if not, then I'll see you guys on Thursday. Thursday, what do I do? I know I said I want to do art for a long time. You guys want the butt emote and also a lot more. It's in my notes as well. Like there's so many suggestions that I can do. But man, every time I think out, I don't know why, every time I think about doing art, it's just giving me anxiety. It's weird. I don't know why. I gonna work up the courage to do art now. I don't know what happened. Nothing bad happened necessarily that made me hate art. Yeah, nothing bad happened. It's just weird. I can't. I'll see what I do on Thursday. It's still, I'm not too sure, but I'm gonna. You can do eat. I want to do eat. Oh. You just know art, Sage. Maybe. I don't know. And also do eat. Yeah. I'm gonna go do eat. Sages? Just shut the fuck up. Sages. You little shit. Don't you put the sages on me, huh? Sages. Can I'm gonna before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing, right? And know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. Very valuable. Yeah. And then here comes the raid to premium daddy, a streamer from Philippines. Corporate says hi. I still forgot to update the raid message. Oh my god, that's a good one. Corporate says hi. Aren't you late for badminton? Kinda. So that's why I'm trying to raid now. Badminton starts at 8. I have to eat early, so that I don't vomit on the court afterwards. But then you're also late for lunch, eh? You eat lunch at 2. Oh. I mean, to be fair, I eat breakfast at around 10, so you know what? I don't have any right to tell you about being late on things. I pretty much am the embodiment of being late. Oh shit. Yeah, I'll try to be earlier next time, or like on time at least, and not half an hour late to my stream. I'll try my best. It's just that since they know that I start at 12 now, my family just tend to tell me do a lot more things, so naturally it takes more time for me to finish them, right? But it's a little bit, I don't know. I'll try to do it, right then. Okay, see you guys on Thursday. Bye. Clean room go. The fuck am I cleaning?